time. I'm faster than your ex. I'm faster than your ex. Now, we are back as administrator. I'm gonna open Valorant. Okay, listen. I am very happy it works. I am very happy it works. But I am, at the same time, I am so sad to to tell him he's right. I am so sad to tell him that he was right. Shit. No, go to properties and let it do it automatically. How do I do that? How do I do that? Shit. Open file location. Right click. Properties. General. Is it there? Like something there? Shortcut. How do I... I'll run this program in compatibility mode. Run this program as administrator. Okay. Apply. Okay. Now forever. Stop giving me tonta. Stop giving me tonta. Ari, are you working today? Ari, are you It's time to buy us now. No, shit. No, we're not doing that. We're playing Valorant with Pera next to me. Pera next to me playing Valorant. Shit. Do you want to clean... Wait, actually, do you want to clean some more stuff from my computer? Fuck, you see... Okay, listen. How many times do I tell you that I fucking need you? This is what I mean. This is what I mean. What am I supposed to do? PhD is better than Tori? What am I supposed to do? Do it by myself? I would have not done it. Clean stuff while you're eating lunch? Okay, so we have a bunch of stuff. Let me close all the task management. Let's see the processes. I'm curious. Oh, memory is a 79. CPU? Okay. It takes 10 minutes to convince me to do stuff? Yes, it does. Boyade. Okay, we uploaded videos. Oh, I think that I have to upload all of these videos on YouTube. That will be the best solution. Oh, it only cost me 230 years of my life. Oh gosh. Okay. But wait, thank you, Chad. I love you. Thank you. I appreciate you for staying here, by the way. You were not here? We fixed it. We're all cool. We're cool, Leo. So now what I was thinking. Thank you, Chad. I love you. Are you kidding me? I do love you all. So the idea is now I have to train myself for a tournament in Valorant. And I need you here. So I'm gonna be training in Valorant. But I'll keep the counter under. So that when the counter is off, I'm gonna be able to I'm gonna be like, hey, how are y'all doing? Were you working and all of that? Thank you, Anka. You're like those that thank God after the surgeon saves the patient. Maybe. Well, the newbie was very close. MW was very close. MW was really, really close. Okay, listen. Marto. Okay, so... wait, I haven't done the story. I haven't done the story on Instagram. I don't like this song. To be honest. I heard it way too many times. Let's do the story. Wait. So maybe we can play Somerville also. Maybe we can also play Somerville. Okay. After 2 hours I fix issue with the PC. I am live training for a tournament. Join to backseat. Thank you. No, I'm gonna use this one. This one. There's people like pushing me to get more touchy to us. Stop! There's people telling me to move my ass to train. I'm sorry. If you're watching this, I'm sorry. I had to fix this. I'm very happy that we fixed it. All by myself, I fixed the issues? Yes. Okay. Let me get a snack and then we start. I'm over. This fucking tired me so much. I'll get a snack. I'll be right back. Okay. Enjoy Pera. Don't look too much of the mess that there is there. Wait. By the way, I want to fix the camera. I don't like you that high. But anyway, be right back. What if we do... Hi, kom. Ja, JJ. New tags now. Wait. What if we do... I almost show my feet. Because today I'm not wearing socks. Oh. Thank you, Pera, for being here with us. There we go. There we go. Content. For free? Yeah, I know. I know. You're welcome, chat. Anyway, let's change into the real music for this. We're listening to some funk. Let's go. I'm actually already in a call. Hello. Okay. More touch it one. Okay. Wait. Okay, cha. Oh, there's also Urgot already?
Hello?
Hola.
Touch tu G, you're a boomer G. 3 hours G.
So I had an issue. I had a big issue. Wait, I also have to... Oh, they
Start, please.
Yes, yeah. Competitive already? Alright, wait, I need to fix stuff on the stream. Wait, I need to fix stuff on the stream also. Wait, why is it...
Holy.
But... Wait, what? Get the game! Ah, he's looking for Somerville, no, Valorant. Okay, chat, I'm actually playing with people that I'm gonna be playing at the tournament. There we go. I'll make you a little bit smaller. Just to know, so then I don't do like a mess. Did we change the tags and all of that? The problem is between the keyboard and the chair. What? Shut up. Shut up. Can change category? I got you. But if I change category, then I'm also changing the tags. Set game. Right? There we go. Will be the new merch available again? We have the normal merch, like we have the merch. No, you should be able. You should be able, JJ. I don't know why not. There should be still the merch available, by the way. Like the one with the logo in the back. There is not the one with my, like the anime, the manga kind of one. Page one. Ari, do you want to join in the next ones? I didn't understand if you're working or not. By the way. So I am changing the settings on my Stream Deck so I can mute myself when I'm talking and I don't disturb you. How do you add them? You just add them.
I don't know.
I
can't find him.
You don't have him as a friend?
Yeah, but I can't add him to the call.
You should know.
Match found.
Oh,
Wait,
shit.
let me make a new call.
No worry. You can play. Oh, Ari. Okay, you cannot this one because we are in 4, but next one, yeah. Start warming up. But you're not working, Ari, today? What the fuck? So these are people that I'm like. We have Bicho, and then we have Urgot. Urgot is gonna be in the game with me during the tournament. Bicho is not. I don't want to play Sage in a Breeze. I don't want to play Sage in Breeze. Okay, one match, but then you'll work. Okay, Kira, okay. Let me put on the timer for you. Break bar. Oh my god, this is also not. This is the break one. I'll keep the timer here, right? Here. Wait. Oh shit. No. Here. Here. Okay, and then we set it. So if you have to work, what is... You have no music? Yeah, you do. What is 45 per 60? 45 per 60, what is it? $45 per 60? Per? Yeah, multiplied 60. You don't say per. 75. Come on. Come on, Mats, chat. Mats.
Raze has no patience. Wait out her explosions and strike when she's empty.
Wait, I got it.
L'ho mandato al Discord.
Ok, arrivo. There we go. If you have to work, you start now to work. I'll talk to you in 45 minutes if you have to work.
Hello guys, this is my first game on. If I'm not good, then I'm sorry.
No worries.
Sorry.
Here.
One close.
Whatever.
Ah,
Okay,
rotate.
I'm inside and Viper here. Let's go B.
Don't die, rotate.
Here.
Don't make.
Here.
There was one up there. One still mid.
They found
No
my
worries,
trap.
please. I have to
Yo,
spike.
one
Here.
Grenade!
It's two mid.
Barrier created.
You do that. Can I get a heal?
Reloading.
I didn't have it.
Okay.
Spike planted.
What the fuck is that?
Poison's gone. Ooh.
what?
Last player standing.
Okay, I fixed it.
Do not let my double.
Now it should be alright. Yeah, now I can mute myself there too. What did he send me?
That's
Oh.
my bad. I missed all my shots.
Wait. Why am I not? I cannot. I'm not buying, alright. Yeah, no chat, we don't have music during the games. We have to focus. Cypher mid. Chamber mid. Oh my god, I never get the names right.
He's low, he's low, he's low.
You son of a bitch. Not picking that again. We have A? No, we don't have A.
One back CT8.
Enemies mid.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello. I couldn't join the streaming in English one.
Here.
Bro,
Eliminate.
Get
I have
fucked.
to still attack there.
Last
Ah!
player standing.
Cave.
Spike down A.
Like almost cave.
You are muted, G.
Oh. Sorry.
Stop
Yeah, I was saying
being-
that I couldn't. I was saying that I couldn't join the
For sure.
the other one.
Let's focus up, guys. We can
We
win.
got this.
Let me borrow one
Easy.
of your guns. Please? Ah, come on, man.
You want to bets?
Be on top of that.
Ashkelon, are you planning to stay here for long in the stream?
No, just don't throw.
Ashkelon, you're
just don't
planning?
pick you up.
To stay here longer? I might have a surprise for you. I think yes. I gotcha. Go for it. You're the new Amario.
Oh my god, two mid.
Yes.
Chamber is close with his TP.
Oh my god.
A 120
Spike
chamber?
down mid.
See ya! Bomb buddy out.
Killjoy hit 80.
Grenade!
Nice, man.
One enemy remaining.
Kill.
Where's last?
Last in mid, last in mid.
Simo!
Nice, bro.
Simo, thank you so much.
God, my team is too good.
Simo, thank you so much for that.
Go faster, please.
Now
Thank you for the raid. Hi, Raiders.
Does anyone have?
Ciao, Raiders. Today we're not studying. Today we're not studying. Are you proud? Are you proud, Simone?
Please fight.
Did he? I have problems with names, Simo. Did I meet you at the Millenniums Week? Did I?
Can you not mute yourself every time you talk to them?
No.
Why not?
Sense.
Because you always forget to unmute you.
No, that's not true. That's
You
fake.
want to
Yeah,
play? Let's
always.
play.
Oh no, I'm not pushing. I'm not pushing that A. Someone should go mid. Not me though.
Nice.
Can someone go mid?
my ult's ready. What's this? Okay.
Go for it.
Wall raised.
Oh no. Don't die.
Oh shit.
Oh shit. Viper.
Oh,
Last
Ma-
player standing.
Son of a bitch.
Oh, guys.
fuck.
Do better.
Simo, you should have interrupted me. Simo, you should have interrupted me. What the fuck? So my name is Danny Twitch. Oh fuck, I'm so sorry. You should have interrupted me. Ashkan, where are the bets, by the way? You are here for the bets and you're not doing them? What is this?
I'm saving.
Can we maybe do a cheeky save? Does someone know what? How to do? No, I don't think that you can do it from the phone. My mom good? For you. Oh my god, I'm doing so bad. Good one. Come here. Here. Say, Jet, no, here. Alright. Let me heal.
Nice.
Good job. And you, bicho. Oh,
This was muted, guys.
sorry. You're right. I actually forgot.
Can you clear
One
side?
enemy remaining.
Nice. You were right. I end up
It
forgot.
seems these strangers want me dead.
Fine, you don't bother me if you talk to them.
You sure?
Yeah.
Even if you're clutching?
Yeah.
Okay. Champ, do you want to exchange weapons? Can I interest you with my skin? I like this exchange, thank you. Sage skin.
Who will I spot first?
I hate when we push A and there's no one going mid. We're just getting trapped like rats.
My ultimate loaded.
I shouldn't play you up or nobody gonna get on site.
Let's rotate, let's go
Go
away.
B, go B.
Spike down.
115.
Attacker spawn.
Oh, my fucking timing.
De pedo. The Nanier guy in an ex-meeting group. Wait, what? There were way too many Naniers.
Oh, mid.
Ah.
More than mid. I'm dead.
Wow, what shot?
Your team clutch and then I'll tell
Oh, yeah,
hi from
sorry
you.
about that.
Nice.
Give me a second to figure out how to start bets. Security Nanier guy. The grandpa with white hair for him.
Nice.
Spike down. B. 30 seconds left.
Hold on.
Why did you let him plant?
Are you the
this
one?
weird jet?
No. During Ank.
One enemy
I got the
remaining.
spike.
Okay. During Ank's meet and greet.
Last player
Oh, shit.
standing.
Can you come?
Spike down.
Unlucky.
B.
That during Ank meet and greet
10
was like,
seconds
oh,
left.
sorry, can you please hold this like place so then people don't come in from this side? I'll be right back. And then it took like 3 hours to come back and I was just standing there being a bodyguard. Are you the one? Zepelu, are you the one?
Hopeless and afraid.
Ashkan. Oh. Coop. Oh!
Jet?
Does anyone have funds?
Sell it, I have skin, I have skin.
Jet, can you drop?
Bye.
Is your money, bro?
You have money too.
Okay.
I have one kill
So
now,
that's not
I'm doing better
picking
now.
Operator.
Okay.
Here. Enemy A.
Backside.
I'm being the top. Nah. I'm leaving this shit. Let's go away, let's go away.
There.
Oh, this son of a bitch. Two flank.
CT. Two CT.
Two people there.
Attacker spawn.
She crossed, I'm pretty sure.
Reloading.
You have it?
Here.
No, I don't.
Here.
Part right. Ah.
It's close, they're putting crossfire together. Don't go back, don't go back.
Ah.
Spike down, attacker spawn.
Party's over. My ult's ready.
No, I don't have to
30
give you
seconds
more
left.
more power than that. You have all the power that you need. Bloop,
Last
bloop.
player standing.
Bloop, bloop. Simon, do you play Valorant? By the way, I'm so mad that you didn't say hi.
You will
Fuck.
not kill my ally.
What the fuck?
Ah, Bicho, Nollard says hi.
Hi, no.
10 seconds left.
My brother.
Jump from tunnel.
That's 3.
One enemy remaining.
Nice try.
That's good, man.
Immortal Ryle? Whoa. Do you want to join in the next game, Simo? So then also Arya can join?
Hopefully that's enough.
Because I think that we are 3, so if you're also joining, then we're 4, and then Arya can join, so we're 5. What?
Yeah, we need to be 5 to play.
That's what I'm saying. If Simo joins, then we are...
Does anyone have
5.
funds?
Yes. Give me. I don't deserve this weapon, but thank you. Fuck, I still have one fucking kill.
I bought it, so I have it all the time.
Yeah, oh, they're amazing. For really sure for win of I'm in. How am I? I'm whiffing on the fucking walls.
Oh shit. One from behind.
Check if they come from mid.
Spike down, B.
No, Nova, I'm way more Nova of them.
I have the spike.
You should run.
I'm so sad.
Reloading.
Fire in the hole.
Oh. Oh.
120 chamber.
Last player standing.
No, it's that time today now.
Fuck PNB, Ross!
God. Okay, no. Now I need to improve, chat. I need to improve. Better give me the power. Thank you.
Together, we will bury them under their transgressions.
Fine, defense gonna be easier.
Listen, do you think that usually there's people in Nest? Is there someone there usually?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay, I got it. I got them. It's time. It's time to show.
Probably Killjoy with the operator.
I gotcha. They never expect me here. Look at this.
Go.
Take the ball.
You want to play? Let's play.
Oh no, not pushing that. Come here, son of a bitch. No, I should not, baby. What? Who killed? Fuck this bitch.
Satchel out.
Oh yeah, if you want to do an SQC title, go for it. Go for it. Oh, you have to stop moving, I know, Ari. I know. Do you know what an XQC title is? Deambulatore. Yeah, go for it, Ari, go for it. Go for a full-on SQC title. You don't, JJ? Oh, you have ulti?
Chamber event.
I think that from the, okay, I tried to go for... I tried to go Battle Sage. I tried to go normal player. Next one is gonna be Pocket
30
Sage.
seconds left.
This game I have to be Pocket Sage to them because like right now I cannot do more than 1 kill. So I know, you see, like this is the power of being good, you know?
Last player standing.
What's my tag? Study time, study TME, hashtag Uwu.
It's pushing your spawn.
Being pro
10
means
seconds left.
you know what are your bad parts. You know what is going wrong with you. 1-8?
Bro, this fucking
Surrounded by
Killjoy
Minha
is
Familia.
it's
We
destroying me,
won't
man.
lose.
Should we save?
Always sniping me.
Oh, well. Yeah, that's it. That's exactly it.
He killed me like 5 times, bro.
OP, vieni da mid, rushiamo in A col muro mid.
Okay.
Maybe it's easier with the Viper wall, I guess. Just clear left side.
Let's go A from mid.
Trust in my
Yeah,
healing.
let's play mid. I think we should win that.
Operator.
Rise on me.
I'm full on pocket sage.
Blocking sight.
Someone taking the orb.
Here.
Rise B.
Plan.
Should go mid. They're rotating.
Light planted.
Oh my god. Oh no. Fuck.
Fuck this shit. I'm gonna wait for them here. Get fucked.
Nice.
I have op there.
Weapon here.
Rest me.
Do we need you?
One enemy remaining.
Fine, we got him.
I should not
Where
have.
is it, guys? Let's go.
It's fine, it's fine.
Let's
They
go.
take op from
Sorry, I
me.
woke up.
My
There you go.
priorities.
Yeah, Jet gonna play op one time.
Okay.
Thank.
There we go.
Can I get a drop?
Can anybody drop?
Sorry, Rico.
Thanks.
Reloading.
Let's go. But Bichuk, you still have not the fever? Like you said that you were going to have 40 of this fever.
It's fine, it's fine.
You
Still
sure?
55.
Welcome to
Still
my
35?
world.
Yeah.
Did she ult the B?
Rise on your wall. On the left side. On wall. Now should drop.
Enemy spotted mid.
We're doing good.
I'm not picking the shit.
Healer down.
Come in.
Nice.
I think there's someone. Get fucked.
Nice.
No!
Okay, go. Plant.
Spike down B.
No, it's up there. It's the midness. One midness.
City.
What is city in this case?
Satchel out.
No.
God.
I watched that.
Someone check mid.
One enemy remaining.
We got this. Goddamn. Entry sage.
Team Ace.
Nice.
Good job.
Good
Good job, team.
Thinks this would end.
I'm getting better, you see? Now I'm focused.
Last round.
How did
in
I solve the
half.
issue from before? Isn't I just turned on OBS with the...
I have skin. Who wants?
I turned on OBS with the... With the administrator, as administrator.
Ask.
B, will OP.
Merci.
Bloop, bloop. No, I bought it. Bloop.
I have
Thank
to
you. Bloop, bloop,
Can I have Viper?
bloop, bloop.
I need to blow
Thank you.
something up.
I have money. Record. Oh wait, too late.
That's fine.
I'm gonna be, you see what, when I'm bucket staging, I'm doing good. Oh, good job.
Let's go, let's go.
I'm going with them. I trust
I'm
them.
close.
Pot smoker. I was so not expecting them to be in tunnel. Sorry, my bad.
You should
My bad. I did not expect them to be in fucking tunnel.
Last player standing.
I think the blue is bringing me bad luck. Blue is
We are
bringing me bad
trolling.
luck.
Get him.
That was sad. No, okay, enemies are doing good. Enemies are doing good. Oh shit. We got this. We got this.
Switching sides.
Make them big.
Okay. Now we go with the magic walls. But what is Urgod? Why is he not in the call?
I don't know. I think if he has tab, his PC gonna crash.
Oh.
Oh, he can join. Maybe on next game.
Nice game with Simo and Ari. Yeah, I should have added you, didn't I, Simo? What was your name? Was it like Pio? Rayloy. Was it Rayloy? Viper Wall on A? Steps on A. They're pushing A. I would love a little bit of support.
Coming.
I got their best player.
Enemy down.
Enemy remaining.
My god, well.
Let's go.
Wait.
Oh, I'm on fire!
He's going
Tunnel,
up.
tunnel, tunnel, tunnel,
Is it
tunnel.
up?
Tunnel.
Okay.
She's definitely there waiting. Ah!
He's in the spawn.
Wait. No.
I'm waiting for you.
You got this, G.
I'm holding her here.
Okay, I'm banned.
Come on. Good job!
That's so close.
Good one.
Reloading.
Did you see that,
You're
Jack?
into battle.
Did you see
I'm not
that?
tired.
Ah! I didn't even log in on that one. Sorry, I'm back. Did you see the magic wall? Bicho, did you see it? Did you see it?
Insane.
Yeah! Nice. I'm gonna go B. Now they're gonna go B. Ah, I'm actually walling mid.
This is gonna be fun.
I added the wrong player, not Simone. Who the fuck? Ah, that was you, Raylo. That was you. You tricked me. They walled A again.
Check for mid.
Pushing A.
I'm not sure.
One enemy remaining.
Mid. Wow.
Outrun me.
Simone, what is... Simone, who are you?
These guns we use are
Simone,
okay.
who
Hold my
are you?
ace.
I'll bring my own. No offense.
I have.
It's fine, I'm checking. Brucato, I did not add you. Wait. Oh, there you go.
If we play as 5, I can log in with the main, I think.
No.
Buy the shit to wipe out.
Yeah.
No, I'm scared of the fucking plat and diamond. Ah, they're gonna go... Let me...
It's the
wall
same.
mid. I should have walled mid before when I said it. Makes sense, Brucato.
They're all up here. Checking the orb here.
Are they B? Let's
Can someone
go.
check for mid?
Yeah, we are mid.
Enemy spotted B.
Enemy removed.
Window.
Eee!
Chamber window.
Whoa.
He's watching me.
No one watching me? Hello?
Sorry, I was flanking.
Be faster. My ult's ready.
Chamber watching me, I think.
Ah, let me heal.
Spike
Down.
man.
Attacker spawn.
Let me heal.
Spikes in attacker spawn.
Healing.
Go.
Last player
Fuck.
standing.
Yeah, fuck. We have spike, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
No! Woo!
I'm telling you. This
Sorry.
thing will work.
My bad.
Why is he screaming?
Just let them
I don't
try
know.
to catch me.
By the way, I loved how Jaffa was so sure we were going. Shall we save? Like, can we save together, please?
Oh, just bonus.
We're gonna win this round.
Bonus for who?
Trust.
Wait, but I have no money. I am poor. I have a stinger.
Get ready to heal me.
I'm not gonna buy.
Watch this.
Steps on A.
Multiple enemies A.
Oh shit.
No. I'm ready to heal you.
It's fine.
They're never expecting me here, right?
They were 5. Oh sheesh.
For the
I
plant.
like.
Oh, nade.
Fuck.
Wait, guys, wait.
Fuck. Why you cannot? Oh.
No plan, still no plan.
Satchel out.
Spike planted.
Oh, you did the predictions? Let's go.
Here.
Last player standing.
Small pera.
One enemy remaining.
You got fly now.
Oh, it's unlucky, unlucky. Where was he? Hi, Billy. Hello.
This is nice, but not nice enough to die in. Let's win and get out of here.
Billy, I'm trying to show that I don't suck that much as other people.
Why are we losing?
I don't know. Urgod, what the Urgod, what the fuck? You're better than this. You're way better than this. You cannot bottom fragger. You can be. You should.
Just woke up. I just
What?
woke up.
You
It's my
just
first
woke-
game of the day.
What do you mean you just woke? Really? What
Yeah,
time is it?
I went to
It's
sleep
1
at 7.
p.m. What?
I
What
went
did you
to
do?
sleep at 7 a.m.
I'm flanking them. Oops.
Headshot.
I heard one. I heard it. Thank you, Billy. Appreciate you. Yeah, you see? Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Out of charges.
— 135 Sage.
Spike planted.
By the way, Ali, did you change the title? Wait. Let me check. Polls are different from the predictions? Oh. It's fine, they're learning. It's just a temporary role, by the way.
One enemy
son of
remaining.
Oh, I hate people like that, bro.
No charges left. This is nothing.
That's fine. Good job. Where was she?
Oh shit!
No! Where was
It's fine,
she?
it's fine, he died.
What will it be this time? Have any patterns emerged yet?
You. Oh no, we have that. We have that. Okay, we have the cheeky link. Ah, it's fine, JJ. It's not important. Yeah, that's your
We should
points.
do the Killjoy robot.
Where is it?
We put it right here.
Alright. We're coming A. Come here. Come here.
Dead mid.
Oh. Double doors?
The Wallaby, the Wallaby.
Come here.
Viper on main B.
Stay back if you can.
You should run.
Multiple
I'm
enemies
coming from behind. Just stay alive, stay alive.
No, fucking 2 HP Killjoy, man.
Planting.
148.
Spike planted.
One back six.
We tend to die.
Die.
One elbow.
Can you rest?
Elbow?
on this one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Last player standing.
Ah. Man, I couldn't, sorry. Practice.
One bullet per enemy. Such
Don't slow them on A, or they're gonna fall back, and I can't ace them.
What?
Don't slow them on main.
Alright. Can I wall them?
No,
Okay.
just destroy the bot or
Viper wall is in A?
You want to play? Let's play.
Not from mid. We're playing, but not from mid. Pieces of shit.
One more
Spike
mid,
down,
one more
mid.
mid, guys. Yeah, spike, it's spike. One more. Mid.
Chamber was in main.
Oh my god, you see him, Reyes, please.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Chamber was a main. Maybe is they spawn.
I'm versus Billy in tournament? Yes, I think so. I think so, if I'm not wrong, right?
Okay, it's mid. 44.
30 seconds
go B,
left.
go B.
By the way, oh. Chad, after this, like I want to play a little bit of Valorant, but then after this, what if we play
You heard them.
Unpacking?
Last player
Unpacking should be
standing.
chiller. Right? Tout shit.
10 seconds left.
Hello.
I have a Vandals here.
Spike planted.
Shit. Who wrote GG in chat? Pot smoker, what the fuck?
Blocking sight.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like we can play. Wait. Yeah, it's chill. Yeah, it is chill.
No, hablo nada over City.
Match point.
Yes, I'm fucking back to work. Trackmania? A new game? It's so old.
They never come A.
They're scared of me because I am an A. I'm gonna go pocket stage this round so I can help out. If I
No
know.
charges left.
Unpack these nuts, unpack.
Forward.
Viper 1A.
Yeah.
Mid. Tube, I think. Yeah, good one. You got this. You got this.
I'm flanking mid.
My god, just better.
Spike down A. One
Wow,
enemy
it's not-
remaining.
Oh my god. I'm not reviving.
Oh, what's one?
There's a bomb cave.
I got back. I mean, my nose is itchy. Where the fuck is she? Oh,
If you can't rest someone, that's
What the
fine.
bro,
fuck
wait,
up?
wait. Oh my god, why am I whiffing so fucking hard? 80. Why am
30
I?
seconds left.
Ah, tell me to shut up, you guys lose
Attackers
the 3v1, man. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, good job.
I'm muted. The fuck? Ah, that was sad. How many points did you lose, chat? How many points? That was sad. But now we got a 5. Now we got 5. Now we got all of us nice people.
Yeah.
Just all of us. Ari, come in.
Let me log in with the other account.
Let's go. You lost no points? What do you mean you lost no points? Thank you for those. Wait, what if we go to the I don't know, Team Lombard? I cannot join there. Do you wanna come to my server?
I don't think I have it.
You're not in my server?
Nope. You can send me.
Okay. Where is it? Live. I'll be right back. Invite Bicho. Done. Ali, if you wanna come like in the waiting room, then I can move you there. Oh, we cannot. Ah, Ali, if you come to my server, like to our server, I move you to live. Oh, I see you. Hi, beautiful. Good morning.
Hello.
Hi, how are you doing?
I'm good.
Let me check something. You've been playing without me? You've been playing without me.
Not really. Not. I played 1, 2, 4 games.
Yeah, not really? 4 games is like 4 hours. What do you mean, not really?
But I haven't been playing much. I don't like playing alone anymore.
Oh, you missed me?
No.
No. Oh. Check that Ascent Fade game. Where? This one?
It's not even that good.
I just wanted me to show everyone that he was top fragging. That's
Yeah, that's what
okay,
you wanted.
okay,
Yeah,
sorry, I see
yeah,
you there.
don't-
I see you. Sorry, I see you.
We saw nothing.
All right.
I didn't see anything.
All right. Why can't I write office? I don't know why you cannot. Oh, wait. Hello. Welcome
Hello.
to the coolest place.
Hello. Nice to meet you.
Nice to
Oh,
meet
oh, you don't know
I
each
wrote
other.
I wrote on your stream. I'm in the office. Banned.
What?
No, you were not.
I mean, I couldn't
You couldn't send a message?
publish my message. Yeah.
Why?
And I just wrote, I'm in the office.
That's weird.
That's what I was saying
But-
last
but-
time we met.
but- okay, when we met, I met Bicho at the Milan Games Week, Hari, and he said like every time that he is like, oh, what did I do? What? Why I cannot add you? Well, I invited you. Every time that he tries to play, to write something in chat, he gets his message deleted.
Always.
Oh.
But I don't know what's wrong. Like we don't delete Office.
No.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Chat, do you also have the same issue? Like you have struggles in like writing something in the chat? Like if you write boobs and all of that, of course you get banned. But
Can someone write, I'm in the office?
someone else, yeah, right. Some chat, right? I'm in the office. Do you see? It's you. I think you have the problem.
I don't know.
I'm in the office. Office. Look at that. I am in the office. I am in the at home office. I'm in the. It's your problem. Boobs. No, right, boobs. Russia.
So mature.
I am in the office. Boobies. No, stop writing boobies. I mean, there you go.
Now
You
it
wrote it.
works. I don't know why.
I think it's your problem. No worries, Simon. No worries. Don't worry at all. By the way, people that have to
Maybe
study
it's
still have
where
5
I
minutes.
write Kipo. Okay. I can't write Kipo.
What is Kipo?
The emote.
Who is Timon? Bicho is Timon.
Next.
Wait, what? How do you write Kipo?
Like this. Look on Valorant.
Kipo? Oh, Kipo? I wrote like can you write Kipo, please? Can you write Kipo in chat, please? Try to write pineapple pizza if you want. Does not
See,
send Kipo.
doesn't send. And I always write Kipo. That's
What
the
is-
problem. We found the problem.
Conflicts with the
What?
China's moderation setting? What? Why Kipo doesn't... What is wrong with Kipo?
No.
Not people. Not people, you dumbos. Not people.
The key is
Kipo?
uppercase and the rest is lowercase.
Why? But
The
who's sending you the message? Stream Elements or Twitch?
Twitch.
Twitch? Why is that word deleted from?
Message wasn't published because it's in conflict with the settings of the moderator.
Yeah, it's
Keepo.
in the block terms.
Why?
I don't know.
How does Keepo looks like? Images?
It's like the troll face. It's like, okay.
Oh, you know why? Do you know
Why?
why? Because once we had a chat bot that kept spamming Keepo. So we removed him. We removed that one. And every time that he came back writing Keepo, no! Oh no, Simo, no. Simo cannot join us. Simo
What?
cannot join us. Simo cannot. Billy, are you still in chat? Wanna join. That's why we had a lot of issues with the chat botters. But as Ari and many other people know, I am known to befriend trolls. Very much. Right?
I've
Right,
gotta
Ari?
say more about that.
Right, Ari?
Yes.
Who's gonna ghost me? Who's gonna ghost me? Billy? Fair. I'm used to girls ghosting me. Let's see if there is someone playing. Wait. I have the... They're calling the... Wait, give me a second. Be right back.
Okay.
Present each other in the meantime if you want.
Oh, what?
I can tell you the story of the Keepo.
It's a very interesting story.
Yeah, once I met her in Games Week,
Mm-hmm.
she said, "Of course you can send message. You keep sending boobs and things like this. But what the fuck? I'm just sending normal messages."
So what did you send that wasn't posted?
Always something with Keepo.
Oh,
Stop writing Keepo.
and now we know.
No, I can't stop. Just unban the Keepo. Free the Keepo.
Oh! We have
I mean-
Mercado. Nice.
We couldn't ban the keeper.
Oh, Simo, if you have Discord... Oh, wait, come... Join here. I sent it on Discord. If you said, I'll just move just Simo in here. Keepo! Free the Keepo! Now we have the Keepo, chat. We have the Keepo.
You have it?
Yeah.
No. It's not published because it's in conflict with the settings.
Refresh!
Refresh. I deleted it.
Let me try. Oh, I can write
Simo.
now.
Hola. Oh, okay. Refresh for hot tub? Shut up. Now we have the Keepo. I remember that they kept like spamming Keepo everywhere. But I befriended them after, and now I'm friend with them on Discord, you know? That's why, Mitch, if you didn't know, I'm a nice person. I always turn my cheek to people that hurts and that are stupid and that troll the community because I believe that people need second chances. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hola!
Hello.
Ciao!
Hello.
How are you?
Nice to meet you.
Nice
I'm
to
good.
meet you. Why didn't you say hi to me? Milan
I'm
gives
shy
me...
and you were kinda not free actually, so.
It's first of all, you should not
know.
be shy with me. Second of all, I was very much free for you.
Yeah, I saw you like 3 times in the creator district, but. I don't
3
know what
times
to
you
do.
saw me and 3 times
Yeah,
you didn't
maybe,
say hi?
maybe 4. I have
4
no idea.
times you just...
I was with Julia
Yeah,
Wait,
she
who?
was all the time eating biscuits in
I
and
had
Red
a-
Bull
district.
and drinking Red Bulls.
me? I was
No, not maybe.
Yeah,
Oh, you were drinking. Okay, because I drank only 1.
Oh,
Yep. I did not pretend to be busy, chat. Should I? Are you warmed
Yeah,
up?
she was
I mean, you
busy,
don't
she
need to
was
be warmed
busy.
up. I talked to you so many times, Bicho.
When?
During the games week.
I don't remember.
By the way, I'm eating a snack that is still from the games week that I haven't eaten yet. Good Walker. Oh, I have to take the mat out of the, like, yesterday I spilled the coffee, no, the day before yesterday I spilled coffee on my mat. So I need to get it out of the washing machine. Give me a second while we wait for it.
Yep.
How do I invite Hurgod to this Discord? Oh, it's in the office.
Yeah, we have to wait for Julia to move him.
Yep, someone crashed. The lobby.
He crashed.
Urgot crashed. Wait,
Gee, give us some power. We can't move Urgod.
Can you move him?
Oh, wait. Yes, I didn't know. Sorry, didn't know. You cannot move him, Ari?
No, I can't.
Why not?
This channel is only
This channel, because
for you.
Because I have one channel in my Discord where I have the power.
Yes, one.
I have the power. By the way, let me see.
Excellent.
It's impossible that Windows 11 has some problem with Valorant.
By the way, if you were studying, now it's time for the break. Sorry.
Yeah, sure.
I was studying.
Yeah, me too.
Morgan, Pumpkin loves you. Who's Morgan?
Who doesn't?
Who's Morgan?
Urgod is Morgan.
Me.
Ah, it's your name. Your name is Morgan? Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know. Hi.
Okay, yeah, you invite me. Oh, I misclicked.
When you met in Games Week, did he say, nice to meet you?
No,
I'm
why did I
Urgod"?
join you? Why did I join you?
Oh, I misclicked. Oh. Request to join.
Gee, you are a boomer.
Why?
I misclicked. I don't know
I've
why
been
some
waiting for you like
such problems.
3 hours.
There's such problem with Windows 11. If I tab my Valorant, my PC freeze.
We
Billy.
have partners, boys.
No, yeah, I wanted to ask you if you wanted to play, Billy.
You have to invite me, bitch.
Didn't I? No, I cannot invite you, Urgot.
Well.
G's always late.
Should we join him maybe? And then invite each other?
Yeah. Yeah, but now we're 5, Billy. But now we're 5.
I'm inviting you.
Oh,
I'm dying.
Why are you dying? Invite.
Liver.
Oh, send
Can you
invite.
put only London?
Okay,
We need
let's
to
go.
play with mates.
Oh, yeah. The game
It's
that we
fun.
did before was
We
nice.
are 5 stacks.
Frankfurt is also good for ping.
No.
Kero, it's break time.
London. You want
Kero, did
London?
you work hard? What
Yeah,
were
let's
you
go.
doing? Are you working on your thesis? Oh,
We actually
it's
can
fine.
play Frankfurt because we are 5 stack.
I always forget to change my.
Wait, Ari, is it good London for you?
it's okay.
Okay.
You sure?
I always
Okay.
play in Madrid with a bunch of kids talking only
Oh.
Spanish because I
Yeah, they
forget-
only speak Spanish.
I always
Wait,
forget
no,
to
delete.
change
Oh,
my
what are you
server.
using to do the presentation?
Since
What are you
we
using?
5, we can actually pick match servers maybe for matchmaking.
She don't
Oh,
ask Lily
yeah.
to play, she always goes.
True, if we go only for one server, then it's gonna take us ages to...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. So, who has the power?
We're good, I guess. Yeah.
Oh. You're using PowerPoint for the presentation, Kiro? Still people use this PowerPoint? Shit.
Crazy Jewish.
Crazy Jews? For the
I
game?
like the title.
You like it? That's Arya. Arya chose it.
What did I choose?
The title?
Oh, I mean, not really, but sure.
Match
So you
found.
really do nothing, G.
Exactly. I told you I have no power in my stream. I have
True.
zero power. Like I pretend to have it. I pretend to have like at least a veto, but I don't even have veto. Like I cannot like you know what veto is. Do you know what veto is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The veto is like people take a decision and I can decide to say like no, we don't do it, so we don't do it. Or yes, that's it. No, I cannot. So I cannot suggest what to do. I can just say no.
Like the Pope.
Is it veto in English too?
What?
Veto. Is it veto maybe?
Vito. My
Vito.
friend Vito.
What do
Vito
you want
from
to play?
Scampia.
What?
Famous one.
I can fill if you want.
Hey, hello.
Whatever. I can play Chamber or KO, whatever.
Fuck. Coffee is hurting my. I had coffee which I should not have, and now it's hurting my stomach. Nice. Wait, let me also fix the lights. I'll be right back. Oh,
You good like that?
Yeah.
Vicious è come il prezzemolo. Shit. That's
I am.
Okay. Like I wanna like this weekend I wanna go to a place like on Friday I wanna take the entire day off. Hi baby, you woke up? What's up? Sorry, Pera woke up. I wanna go to a place that I saw on a TikTok, of course, because you know that's the only way that I know stuff. It's like a super cool place in the middle of the mountains with like snow everywhere, and it looks so cozy and so
I wasn't
nice.
strong enough
Is
before,
it
you
the
know-
Colosseum?
but now I am strong enough for us all.
Sure. Wait, Simo, where are you from actually?
I'm from Sicily.
Oh shit, never mind. Do you know what snow is?
Yeah, kinda. I saw it like once here probably. I see it.
Really?
But yeah, that's sad.
Wait, Urgo, where are you from?
I'm from Turin.
Okay, so you definitely know
Okay.
what snow is.
I think you should pay Arya a lot.
For what?
She's adding emotes. She does everything.
I know.
Nothing, G.
I know she's.
You see everything.
One more?
Hey, man.
Oh shit.
Oh, we are on the game.
Pushing. Two guys pushing main.
I'm taking also this orb.
I got one.
Sheesh.
They're already inside.
50 on Viper.
Now there's
Spike
chamber shit
planted.
here.
Weapon here.
Enemy spotted A.
Last player standing.
I can.
If you clutch, I suck.
Ah!
I don't.
Every time that someone says if you clutch I sub or like no.
Trust me,
Shit.
they will make mistakes. When they do,
Carol, you know what time is it? Carol. Ding 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 dong. I need ding dong in chat. Ding dong in chat, please. Carol, it's time to go back to work. Carol. Can you please go
looks
ding
like
dong
Carol.
ding dong ding dong.
This game is a crossover.
Ding dong. Ding dong ding dong. I'll set you. No. Wait. Shit.
Where are you?
I cannot see chat now.
Oh,
Okay.
really?
My ultimate is not ready.
I don't know why.
Barrier created.
I walled it. Ding dong ding dong.
Bring them down.
Wait at me.
They're blind with fear.
Everyone B main maybe. No?
131, right?
Then I go back in there.
I went back
One
here.
is B. Oh, I don't know why. One is B
What the
main. Was only one.
I hear them here,
Here.
main.
Here.
Holding the entrance.
Okay. They're rotating.
Here.
Come on. Come on, get out. Get out. Get out.
Oh,
30 seconds left.
Pushing.
it's going to be a.
Yeah, man.
Ooh, no, but good.
Okay.
52 right now.
3 sides.
Spike planted.
Yeah, good
Last
push.
player standing.
Oh,
She got a bond.
Toaster is broken.
Toaster is broken. Toaster is broken.
One enemy remaining.
Nice shot.
Try.
Nice try.
Please. Use some of them.
Even with numbers, anything can still happen. Remember
let's go.
that.
Nice goal. Orgot, you have your fan base here. There's also Clyde saying hi.
Hi, Clyde.
Wait, is our song.
Stay out of chamber sights.
I'm gonna go for my magic wall, right?
Okay.
I'll find you.
I'm not gonna.
Probably
They're lucky.
A main, A main. 2
Flash
steps,
is clear.
3 on A main. 1 taking the orb.
Push him.
So long. My ult is ready.
2 more.
Welcome to my world.
We tend to.
One enemy remaining.
Left
Oh,
main.
their KO is
Spike
FK.
down
Main.
A.
Minus 40. We on right. Smoke?
Oh, ma!
Behind the box. Nice.
Good job, good job, good job. Good job, good job.
Spike A.
Now they are nervous. They are so dead.
Why am I poor?
I'm gonna pick me a big probably.
I wanna do magic wall. She's uncarryable? Rua, what the fuck? I don't need to be carried.
I'm going A.
Thank you,
Drop
buddy.
I'm gonna try to pick aggressive.
We go.
I'm gonna.
Morgan.
Who will spot you?
Get out of my way. Find you.
Don't you guys in there?
Magic ball. Not pushing.
No. Maybe Jet will jump.
Didn't hear anything.
Think the
Maybe
other song.
arcade. No.
It could be actually.
One is A main.
Viper,
from
Viper
A.
wall here. Yeah. That is in.
Jet on side.
Coming, coming from drop.
Got plenty.
Spike planted.
Sand.
Okay,
50
two
on drop.
main.
Eliminate.
Two main.
Yeah.
One enemy remaining.
Spike is on top.
Ah,
Yes,
yeah.
yeah. Yeah,
We have no time. Go, 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 go. Ah, we don't have it. Dead.
No.
Dead.
Enemy KO disconnect.
Yeah.
Probably.
Look
Yeah.
at me.
Oh, I
I
can back.
know that I am
Easy.
by your
Oh.
side.
Why am I always
Yeah.
poor?
Because we're losing.
But we won this one. Oh no, we lost it.
No.
No, we don't.
Head no types in the
Sorry, I won in my soul.
My heart.
Oh, no, Joey's watching the stream. Joey, don't watch it. Don't watch it. You should not watch my walls. Don't watch my walls.
The magic
Joey,
walls.
the pro player.
Yeah, the magic walls. Get away. Your enemy team.
Oof, they're pushing this. You guys.
There's also on B.
Holy fuck.
One more main.
50 on chamber.
Maybe rest.
Planting?
Here,
You want me to rest?
Spike planted.
but... Yeah, no,
Ah,
someone
there's
is
chamber.
Main. Yep.
Chamber.
One is outside, one is main.
Ah,
Okay.
why am I doing comms to you that you're here? He is there! He is fucking there!
Wait. I'm only.
One enemy.
You're with the greatest of all
Last
time,
player
Sparta?
standing.
Ooh, nice try.
Look at these bitches! There's Billy and Joey, both in my chat, looking at my walls. Get away! I don't know, like, you're on a higher rank than me. How can you be here and spy on me? What? Oh my god. What does this say about you? I swear. Trying to go... What?
I'm gonna save.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna set them.
They're scared of this rising star. I know!
Hey, main.
I think that I heard arcade. Ah! I heard it. Come here.
One more?
Spike down A.
I mean, why am I
55
giving you...
on chamber.
One more drop.
They're on me.
I'm
One
coming,
is main,
coming.
one drop.
I can maybe revive.
Go back.
You think they're coming B?
Yeah,
Oh,
they're
let me
gonna
heal
be-
you! Let me heal you!
He's pushing me.
Come.
You can actually rest as well.
Yeah, I was planning to. Where is it? Come, Ari!
Oh no.
We need you. There's a sheriff there if you want.
Where's my sheriff? Oh, here.
Oh, they're on
okay.
site. They're on site. Not picking that shit again.
Oof. You guys are on set.
Spike planted. Last
Ah!
player standing.
You love the title? Thank you.
Pay attention. Might learn something.
Your gameplay is like a 6-year-old kid? What the fuck? Playing super... I'm getting bullied! And mods are not even removing that.
I can't be moving right
No,
now.
not you.
But
No.
I will remove it.
We're good. We have to play super well now, so at least they get very scared.
I'm not good.
You're being
That's the
abused.
problem.
No, you're amazing. You're just being
Oh, this guy is
humble.
insane.
I'm coming. I'm getting suspicious.
Ooh, nice.
All of them.
One more.
What? Oh, the door was open. My bad.
Where is this bitch?
One is main, one side.
Drop.
Remove one.
Whoa! I was moving, Ari. I was
Below,
moving.
right?
Drop.
I had them both. I got excited. I got excited.
Hit the spike.
Shit. Yeah.
Spike's shot.
Ah, so we get the spawn.
My god.
Nice. Good job.
Nice round.
Pry open their minds. Find the weakness.
The Super Mario these days are amazing with insane reaction speeds. That's what I'm saying. Kids
Thank you.
playing.
Thank you.
Droppa Morgan.
Thanks.
Thank you.
It's fine. I don't need it.
Who will I spot first?
You want to play? Let's play.
That's what I'm saying. Kids are very good at video. 130 chat. 130.
Launching smoke.
They're pushing me. One is tower and the other from.
Spike planted.
Welcome to my world.
130.
Inside.
130 is dead.
80 on side.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, Joy, sure.
Wait, let me reload. Let me reload. Coming.
Ali's point of view.
Good job.
Good job, Ari. Ari fucking caring. Let's go.
Sorry.
Ari, you know the rule. Ari, press tab. First
Yeah.
tab, Ari. You know the rules, right?
Dreams are a funny thing.
What are the rules?
We cannot bottom frag.
Okay.
It's immoral for us to bottom frag.
Yeah,
right?
we can bottom frag with the
You-
time when I said that.
I don't. We cannot. We cannot. We cannot
You drop it?
propagate
I'm
this
only
kind
a
of
humble-
idea.
Yeah, I'm only a humble gold one, you know.
We cannot.
To buy me.
It's fine, you got this.
Can someone buy?
Easy, easy.
Bye.
Simo? Thank you. Ari. We're
Hey,
doing it
mate,
for
okay.
all the women out there.
They're pushing.
One of them?
Ayut! Ayut!
Ayut.
I have 1 HP.
Coming.
Nice shot. One more.
I have 1 HP.
Okay, he smoked the chop. One is dish.
Oh,
One enemy remaining.
That's up
That's
that's
one main.
Be-
Main, I think. Main. Good job.
What around?
nice. I think that I should buy like a Vandal skin for the tournament.
I don't know how I survived
We
this.
fight once
Yes,
again.
you should. Just for good luck.
is we say
Julia,
it,
Huh?
one
Julia?
drop, I got a bullet.
Oh,
in
but
the
I.
it's
Thank
fine.
you, Ari.
Same moment.
Thank you. Love you.
Ayut.
Ayut.
I know what that means. I came.
Really? No. What? What does
What?
Ayut means?
Isn't it like help?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay, I heard something very
It's,
different,
help.
Ari.
What?
I heard something very different.
It's help
Oh.
in English. Ayut.
Yes.
Okay, they're pushing me.
Okay.
Oh,
Oh!
Got you.
I got you.
80 on chamber.
My ultimate is
3B main.
Enemy spotted B.
Nice.
I'm very low.
Spike down B.
Oh, with the fucking.
Oh no. 40 on chamber.
Just 4 kills.
Spike planted.
I'm gonna wait for you. One is
Hashtag investment,
arcade
yes.
and one is side. Should be side.
Chamber is 8.
Tower. Oh,
One enemy remaining.
that's on tower.
Teleport's ready.
I'm gonna hold it. Maybe from behind, but yeah, from behind.
Nice.
Nice.
trust.
Good job, team.
Think that would work.
They have courage, but no
Oh,
one
Joy
has
is in the chat.
fear.
Hello, Joy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're watching us. Him and Billy are both in chat watching us and how we play.
Not niche.
Do you wanna buy because you're maxing?
Need equipment. Thanks.
Ciao, Joy.
Not me.
Oh.
No. Sell it.
No.
Never mind. Maybe.
Ask G.
Bicho. Bye. Oh, I
Oh.
should. Oh,
Can
No,
someone
anyway.
let us take the
Simo.
lead here.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
thank you. No worries.
Where are you?
No need. Do you want to flank them together? Let's go.
Someone is. Hey, man.
Yeah, there's always Jet.
They're falling back.
Oh, that bitch. Ah!
Oh, Viper is there.
My brain, yeah.
I love all of the emotes.
Oh my god.
Last player standing.
More.
One more.
I'm so happy that we have all of them.
Yeah, it's plan.
Spike planted.
So dead.
Cutting their vision.
more cat content, chat. There we go.
You're done. Cutting their vision.
Oh, coming from me.
One enemy remaining.
Don't rush me.
Fuck.
I like where not
Unrelated.
played.
Last round
Nice try.
before the switch.
We cannot keep our goods after this.
It's okay, bless
Ow.
himself.
I am impossibilitated for the next part of the game.
Oh no. Kick her out. I'm kidding.
I am impossibilitated. Shit,
We understand.
I cannot move. I cannot. Okay. Okay, I can move now. She left. No, don't leave me. It's fine. I don't care. I don't care. I can lose all these games. Are we buying? Oh fuck.
You want to play? Let's play.
Didn't buy.
Get out of my way!
Hey man.
Julie is throwing.
Sorry. Sorry.
Fuck.
Stand.
3 main.
Yeah.
To me.
Fight her down.
If you can rest me.
Bring them
Yeah.
down.
Woo!
One is on site
Nice
already.
shot. Rest behind you.
We can actually rest.
Right,
Woo!
One enemy remaining.
Your duty is
That's
not
nice, man.
over.
Woo!
Nice.
It's the weapon. Is the who has this skin?
Reload.
Which one?
Oh, the tree skin. I like it.
It was Pera. Pera giving me the good
It was
vibes.
better power.
Pera power. This is
Did
just
a really clean shot.
The true
Right?
one, the red one is mine.
not lucky at all. It was all clean and all calculated.
Not random at all.
Not random at all. You know what I saw on TikTok and then it makes me laugh every single time? There's people that do like clips of them playing Valorant and they cut it every single time they scream. Have
Yeah.
you seen them? Have you seen
Yeah.
them? I die so much every time that I see any of those.
Where are we going?
I don't know.
Let's see if we get the pick. Maybe B.
I can do the same.
I can
I
check it
think,
right now.
Reyna.
Oh.
I should
Oh,
stop
no.
going as
One behind. One behind.
Reloading.
two behind.
Nice.
I'm missing every shot.
Fuck. Close right.
I was slowed.
Last player standing.
You're better. You're so much better.
Main.
Ah, lucky.
I like it.
And they.
I think there twice, but she got a shield.
Over here.
Their
Yeah.
teeth will chatter in the cold.
Edit
and
Valo
dark.
montage. I don't play enough Valo on stream.
I also dinked Chamber. Could really like it.
But chat, wait, chat. Actually, I think
I
we're
think
gonna,
Trainer for 0.
I think that during December we're gonna be playing more games. Chat, just letting you know.
We forcing or we can?
Oh wait, you
I
can.
think we
Sorry.
Oh, we can actually. Oh,
Saving,
no, no, no.
saving.
You want to
let's-
force? No, we
Save,
can't
save.
force because we are in attack. This is the same.
Game December? Yeah, exactly.
Enemy spotted A.
No, I didn't
One
die.
HP
Don't
right
die.
now. Yeah, can I get the heal?
Reloading.
Ready? Give it.
Oh,
Top.
Reloading.
One is on top.
Reloading.
dink. Nice.
30 seconds to heal.
Reloading. Reloading.
Winnable. Two guys CT.
Reloading.
Enemy spotted A.
Reyna is low.
Reloading.
Reloading.
Do you want to rotate?
We
Fuck.
could.
Let's go away. Can you?
Can
10
Or
seconds.
you
maybe
can
heal,
take
so-
them from there. 8 seconds to heal.
Good job.
What you did?
Reyna-
I did 100 on him.
no, Reyna is full again.
Barrier breach. Here.
Oh, I have it? Okay.
Yeah.
Light planted.
One CT.
I knew it!
Player standing.
Oh no. You didn't see that?
No, 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 no. Oh, la, 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 la.
NT.
Shit.
Oh, we buy now.
Shit. The stress clap is real. Like, it's fine if I stress clap, right? It's like it would be worse if I was just slamming the computer and stuff. So I just stress clap.
I know
You want this
what
skin?
must be done.
Yes.
Lulu.
No.
Anyone
I want to try
feeling
the
generous?
tree.
Thank
Thank you.
Reyna is always speaking there, so we can actually kill him.
Oh, where? There? I got you. I got you there. I got you there.
No, no, don't do
No,
it.
no, yes. Trust,
No,
trust.
It's a wasted wall.
Trust.
I know.
Trust.
Stop
No.
doing the magic
Trust
wall.
me. Trust me.
Spot first.
Like
Trust.
doing?
Better.
Julia loves being cranes.
Posers.
You have to be here.
I have the spike.
One is
Okay.
pushed up here.
Bro, you broke it. Get fu-
She's not anymore.
Okay, I got it. It's something better.
Oh
Ah!
shit.
Oh, coming
Oh,
back.
so sad.
Can date though.
Do you wanna rotate? Please rotate. I am in a good point.
Gonna push. Oh. Can actually go back.
Yep.
Yeah. Rotate.
Oh, it's there.
I was in a good spot.
Fuck.
Let's go.
Go.
One under.
I look your backs.
I have one smoke.
Yeah, one's coming from there.
Let's go in.
No, maybe. He went from
Come on.
Shh.
I planted for main.
Oh
Oh,
shit.
one is.
Come on.
Oh, it was my
Wait for me.
smoke.
Oh, I'm flashed.
Last player standing.
Run, G.
Spender here.
Yes, I am going random on the map because you have to leave me KO. Leave me KO there.
Again,
Trust me.
again.
Trust me.
Their fear is a trap. and the
Trust me on this one. Go away. I got him. He's dead. Dead.
We force it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
we have to.
Yeah. Yes. Trust me. Joy, shut up! Stop watching, Joy. Stop.
notes.
I will find other walls. I will find other.
Spike.
Ooh, it's hoping.
Ah!
Could be.
Son of a bitch. Told you this was a good
Oh
wall.
no.
In the meantime.
Last player standing.
Stop dying!
130.
Spike down.
130.
Stop dying, everyone.
That's your kick.
How did she know? How did she know?
Almost worked, right?
Oh my
How
god.
did she know?
It's mine,
Okay, now
and I will
Sorry.
choose to defend it.
I'm focused now. Rep, thank you, my team. I'm not gonna be toxic.
Not on stream.
I'm on
Not on
stream.
stream.
Bishop, come here to hold Delman.
Good game!
Hold Delman.
You see, that's how you treat people in games. You just, good game, you're doing good. Yep.
Yeah.
Die. Why did you both die?
No, I did 8.
I'm coming B.
Nice shot.
Nice shot.
Thank you. Oh god.
Are they coming?
The orb. If you take the orb, you can rest,
Yeah.
actually.
My ultimate is
Coming.
ready.
Last player standing.
Coming.
100.
Who am I reviving? Brucato. There we go. Ah, it's not here. Okay.
That's me. Yeah, it's okay.
Back where I belong.
Just
Oh, there's a. Let's go B. Ah, we don't have.
Oh, you don't have spec.
Alright.
City.
Last player standing.
Okay.
Chamber.
I'm killing all of them. Look at this.
Barrier
The
created.
fuck?
30 seconds left.
My close.
Where the fuck are they?
I have the spike.
Told you.
Easy.
Nice.
All of
You got
them.
this.
All of
Nice
them.
behind.
I don't care. I hit him!
10 seconds left.
Woo!
One enemy remaining.
Down.
Can you ping it? Ah! Can you pin
My
it?
bullets.
Pin, 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 pin! Pin the spike! Ah! No!
NT,
I thought it was
NT.
there.
That's right. Close.
Shit! I got nervous! Why did I reload? No, wait, they have it. Fuck. Why did I reload?
One dream ends, another begins.
You're a cheap believer, Joy? Thank you. Ah!
They are so dead.
Can I have the skin, please?
Anyone feeling generous?
No, bloop, bloop.
And this is not bloop bloop.
There's the tree one.
Tried to
Dogs
wait there,
love
and
me.
Maybe they were picked.
They might have two
That
potatoes.
is why your dad is so keen on me.
You want to play? Let's play.
No,
Is he
I
keen
don't.
or keen off?
Reloading.
Dim beacon here.
No, don't die, don't die, don't die, don't die.
You're better.
Catch.
One more? Oh shit.
Chamber is here with operator.
Easy.
Not
Get
anymore.
wrecked.
Keep going. One is on your back. On B.
Flanking.
Just go plant.
Going.
One enemy remaining.
Nice. Awesome on your back. This is
I'm gonna plant what Ari likes
Planting
it.
from main.
Ah, you're planting.
I'm planting.
Ah, let's go.
nice round.
Once more into battle.
Still winnable.
I'm not tired.
Reported for toxic behavior? Why am I reported for toxic behavior, Jake? What did I do? I'm gonna go for no. I don't wanna spike. Too much
Chamber
responsibility.
still get money for an operator, so be careful with
Yeah.
taking.
I seem stressed. I'm very stressed.
Got the spike.
Oh my.
If you wanna go B, I can be a rat and come from here.
I'm with you actually.
One is on the rope, one A.
There's chamber stuff here.
Get out of my way.
I'm going B.
I think one is rotating from A to B.
Enemy A.
Don't go.
For you.
Okay, then go.
One more in the
Don't
box.
go.
CTP on side.
He TP'd.
You have ulti actually.
Yeah, not anymore.
Maybe you have one from behind G.
Yeah.
Last
Oh,
player
yeah.
standing. Spike down A.
Get wrecked. Woo! Running away! Running away! Fuck you! I don't even have the spike.
That's a pro player move.
This.
Yes, like in Valorant Championship.
Ah! I didn't know.
Close.
Match point.
Sorry, I'm screaming too much.
Back up.
It's okay.
Sorry. They tried and you failed. That's has never tried. No, shut up. Ari. You see what I'm
Yes.
doing? What are you? You see what I did? I'm not bottle fragging.
Yes.
Can I?
Good job. I am.
Toxic.
Anyone
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's just like it cannot be the both of us, you know.
Dim beacon down.
Oh, it fucking! I got out
I
of
got
there.
one.
Oh, something open. Oh my god, an event open.
Kim.
for you.
Sorry.
You can actually no. Oh, let's go.
We're going A.
Okay, Jet is playing. Yeah, Jet is playing B.
Oh my god.
So
Smoking.
Semicolon.
Fully smoked.
I'll find you.
Reloading.
Can you plant?
Yeah.
Julia?
Coming. Coming. You want it for
Plant
long?
it.
Barrier created.
yeah, with
Reloading.
Light planted. Take hold.
I could revive.
I think one is stunned. Yep.
Okay.
That's a bad angle.
You have ulti for plant as well.
Yeah, yeah.
Just stay
I'm
hidden.
trying not to die.
Let me heal you.
One enemy remaining.
Healing.
You have the spot.
Probably saving an operator as well.
Yeah.
She's setting.
Imagine saving.
Let's get this bitch.
Disengage it.
I'm scared though.
Same. Is she there?
Does anyone have fun?
Got you.
I come by too.
Need a drop.
Thank you.
I'm gonna be a rat. No, I'm gonna revive. I have
Okay,
revive.
Jet's probably gonna peek there, so be careful.
If you have to pick the one on A, I can flash.
We all wait for her to pick. We will kill her because they can't kill all of us.
Yeah. We'll see.
I'm blind. Okay, can you revive
What's
me?
moving? Yeah.
Wall first, please. Okay, don't.
Wall raised. Your duty is not over.
That was unpleasant.
Okay, let's find out where
Go,
Jet's
go.
playing with operator.
That was here. They may
For
know.
you.
So it's gonna ult there. Can I open?
Rotating to me.
Dim beacon down.
Oh,
Okay,
this shit.
remember.
To be.
No. One is already there.
Spike planted. Open up the sky.
You're safe, Addy.
Oh shit.
Behind you.
Come in.
Let's
10
see.
seconds to heal.
Okay.
Oh my god.
120, 120.
Some land for you.
Is diffusing. Ah,
GG.
For me.
NT.
Defenders win.
unlucky. Unlucky. Sage! Huge Sage.
You play one more
Tried,
or you
we
quit?
tried.
Play one more. Ari,
Yep.
you playing?
Yeah.
She said we're gonna play all the day long.
Yeah. But I got only 9. I got a bonus performance.
Me
Oh,
too.
that's good.
Yeah, because we played against I don't know what.
We played. Oh my god, we played against Platinum. Only 1 was gold, Ari. Ari, we're getting so much better. Look at us.
No, it's because they were 5 stacking.
I
Yeah,
give
but
you the
also-
party leader. G.
Oh, thank you.
LBRB.
You go
Probably
for
Jet
it.
Thank
was
you.
morphing, but yeah.
Should I put more servers then? Like all of them?
Yeah.
Yeah, put Frankfurt.
In any case, we don't have to talk with them, so.
Yeah.
Punching above my weight? What does it mean, punching above my weight? What does it mean?
Maybe
Is
we should
them-
play 2 duelists.
We were not 2 duelists? Wait, I got a message. Give me a second. Okay, I'm back. Simo, you already finished streaming for today?
Yeah.
You stream only in the morning?
Yeah, in the morning, 10 a.m.
And then?
actually. But then, like for 3 hours, then I go. I study. I'm studying right now, so.
Wait, are you
I don't
studying
have
like
much time.
right now?
I mean, not right now, but yeah, usually in the afternoon.
What do you study?
I actually study. It's like how do you translate it? Scienze motorie.
Not fitness, motion. I don't know.
Yeah, it's like body science. I
Yeah.
guess.
PE,
Something like
physical education, something like that.
Oh yeah, right.
Right. Oh, that's cool. So you go to the gym often?
No, not really actually, but I play basketball.
Ah, okay. What do you
So
play
only
in
that.
basketball? Like as what? What's your role?
Playmaker.
Oh, nice. Like Zoe, like Zac Efron, Troy Bolton.
Yeah.
I did it. Things in between. I said Zoe Bolton.
Motor science? I don't think it's motor science, right?
Physical education, I think. I'm not
Physical
sure.
education, yeah, probably.
Wait, let me. I think that I should go here to keep.
Match found.
Please Evan once.
Why is everything so wrong?
Oh, I love this map.
What you gonna play?
Essen? Oh.
I can play duelist if you want. I usually play duelist.
Which one
but,
you
yeah.
prefer? Jet?
I usually
I can
play
play
Reyna.
Jet. Okay, you can play Reyna. Okay, go Jet.
Let's go.
I don't know what Ari is gonna play.
Me neither.
Oh, you're here. Hi, welcome back.
If it's
Hi.
Sweden, I can even fill if you want, but
Yeah,
I'm
me
not
too.
comfortable with.
Can
I'm
play
still
Chamber.
hungry. Well, it's 2 p.m. Did you have lunch, Ari?
Yes.
Good. I should get something for lunch too. Wait, I'm gonna log in and get myself something to eat. Be right back.
I am both shield and
Are
sword.
you comfortable with smokes, or I can play it if you want?
I can play
can
only
play
Brim
smoke.
for smokes.
I can play Omen.
Brim is good.
I can play Omen. I can play Omen.
Yeah, whatever you want.
Okay.
Also, Killjoy is good in this map.
I can play Killjoy too.
I think
But
we need
I
a
think
spotter.
Spotter is better. Spotter is
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
They actually buffed as well, Cypher as well, right?
Yeah,
They,
it's
they
shit.
give him a buff. Yeah, but
I
prefer
just
it.
had one Cypher last game, 090
Okay.
in 10 rounds.
Well, he was looking at the camera.
Yeah. He was making a movie, probably. The AFK. It's the guys from the last game.
Ooh. Yeah, one tap machine.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're
Don't
Everyone?
pick Rain, I remember him. Yeah, it's them.
Jade,
Oh.
you're very talented. Aim for the neck. Easy kill.
We have to get a revenge now.
Yeah.
Yeah, FK strat. It's always working.
Classic G gameplay.
I came back right in time. What the fuck did you say?
No.
Oh,
Probably A main.
Coming in, yeah.
Yeah, it's,
okay.
Hey main.
nice.
Are you?
I gotcha.
Nice.
Okay.
I left B. because-
Wall raised.
What the heck were you?
Okay.
What the?
Pro Omen player.
I
You
think
leaving
top
me some?
mid.
Reloading.
Bets are open, chat.
They might be rotating.
Yeah, be careful. B. B's open, so.
I
They
hear
are
footsteps.
the same team we played against last game.
Yep.
Oh yeah, it's the same.
We need
Oh
the
no.
revenge.
Oh! Let me eat this
Don't push.
chicken. I got chicken, chat.
I'm gonna
Did you
make them,
eat?
they're annoying.
Did you all eat? I did one clap only. That's improving.
30 seconds left.
I forgot the music on. I'm eating chicken. No, plain on chicken. Proteins,
Okay, it's
good for the muscles.
just delay the plant if you can.
One enemy
You
remaining.
spend your break to figure out
10
how to.
seconds left. Spike down A.
Okay, we got it.
I forgot it on Ashken. I'm gonna turn it off now.
Don't kill him.
Yeah, don't kill him. Oh,
He won't get money.
yeah.
True.
Oh, it's FK probably.
Oh,
0-0-0, but I don't know.
shit.
The last thing
Yeah.
Will they
before
remain?
die.
Let's
Lucky
see.
them.
Not positive. Sorry,
There's
people.
no-
Hope not.
I need the ascent. I
Yeah.
love this map.
Don't make fun of my. There's someone making fun. Wait. There's someone making fun of my glasses. In chat. Did we win that?
Oh, they're not remaking actually. That's good.
Oh. I have an important question for
They're pushing.
Billy and Joy. If they're still in chat.
Pushing.
Are you still in chat? My glasses are beautiful. Shut up. You don't understand shit.
50 on KO.
Going back.
And that should be
Okay.
low as well.
Spike planted.
Nice.
I think they are backside.
Bring them down.
Oh.
Yeah, one is backside.
Yeah.
KO 50.
What's backside?
Enemy B. One enemy remaining.
Good job, Mario.
Nice. I did so much. You're so welcome.
Reloading.
Joy, Billy, are you still in chat? What's your favorite number?
Push a button. Save the day.
I need to know if they're still in chat so I know if I can use my magic wall. Ari.
Sage.
Magic wall.
Oh, hi, Billy. Your favorite number is 9? Okay, good to know. Fuck. That's
Can take me
it's
out,
really important.
Do they sheriff by any chance? Oh, that's good as well.
Yes, Tony. Tony, you're here for me? No, Billy, it's fine. You can go.
Go
Tony.
bonus. Morgan.
Their fears
wait,
betrayed them.
Okay, okay, I'm here.
Hey, mate.
Steps on
B
A.
right now?
Steps on A. Steps on A.
Yeah.
Barrier reloading.
Magic wall. No, no. You're ruining it. You're ruining it.
Any info from mid?
Good attempt.
Ah! I whipped them. I whipped so hard. I whipped so fucking hard.
Oh man, did you have a smoke?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, never mind, never mind. Plus the plus.
Spike planted.
One is held.
Meta. Meta, thank you so much for the gifted one to Billy. Appreciate you. No need because she needs
Under
to
level
go. But appreciate you. No,
I want
don't
a
always
generator.
study me. Bitches.
One enemy remaining.
On me?
Nice.
Nice.
Oh, Bob.
Reloading.
No, she doesn't need to learn my
buy you
moves.
Here, there's one.
Should be, yeah. This one.
You really
Oh, I got it
expect
already.
to work.
Oh, the blue blue. We won, guys.
The blue.
Is it a white one?
They're losing heart. I can feel it.
Who has the glue glue? Oh, I'm muted. I'm stupid. Who has the glue glue?
I got the blue
He
blue.
woke up.
Glue glue. They're cheering for her? Okay. They're saying Simona with the towel on their head. What? Why do
Try
you have-
harding probably.
What is it?
You want to play? Let's play.
Nice.
Look at this one.
Nice.
Come on, come here.
Spike down B.
Come here, come here, come here. Are they rotating?
We have
No,
spike.
okay.
One
So.
enemy remaining.
Ace.
Can you let me kill one person?
No.
Oh.
Of course.
Oh.
Don't lose this.
Don't. Let's not throw now.
Don't pick him, don't pick him.
No, no, no.
find you.
He's on left. G.
Yeah, I know, but I want him to go there.
Oh, okay.
So I take him from the shoulders.
Where's Poe? Oh, it's his. Oh, you got him.
Spawn.
He's blind, but don't pick.
No.
You're
Greedy.
peeking. You're
Ah, let me.
No.
Do you have spike?
I wanna kill them.
Or did he take it?
Don't pick Reina.
No, I probably took it. Not
Okay.
sure, to be honest.
Can you please pick him? Please.
Or maybe it's dropped there. On B main.
Oh my
You
god.
saved the blue.
That
It's
scared
really
me so
important.
much.
Blue.
Where is it? Ah, there.
Behind. It's close
okay.
down.
I'm sorry, I was so scared
it's
that
okay, it's okay.
I was recovering.
Listen. You're not gonna play against me? That's not true. If we get to the finals, Billy, we have to play one against each other.
So you play Clash? Is that how they
What?
call the tournament? The Clash at
Yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
tournament
It's
Clash?
like
Okay.
Valorant.
We are in the same team.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Ariso bet his points are on us.
Yeah, and he's backseating me.
Hey, Seb.
Really? He is? Oh!
Okay.
They're pushing A.
The play it is. On top.
Sorry, bro.
Everyone A, one mid.
Sorry, bro, I didn't mean
Oh
to
my
go-
god.
go back.
Oh.
What the fuck?
Okay, we got it. Oh.
How did he? He got so lucky. Super lucky.
Oh, 2 bullets. That's that. One is main.
Still in sight.
One hell,
generator.
one hell.
Fuck.
Last player standing.
One main.
Main.
No,
My bad.
no possible. That's what I'm saying.
What will it be this time?
Stream
Have any
snipers? I
patterns
think so.
emerged yet?
That's because I don't have the blue.
I agree.
We need to get you the blue.
Yeah.
Let me go. I have my own wall.
Do you have Georgia in your team?
No.
John?
No.
Okay, then you can get to the
We
final.
got three
There. Go B. Oh. I don't trust. I don't trust them.
don't
Not at
trust
all. Not even a tiny bit.
If they come, just kill them.
Oh, next. Okay, everyone. Someone is B. Next round, we say it.
They can be
Pushing
or.
B. Many. Oh, it beat some. Oh, you beat.
Oh, ITB.
Oh.
Ooh.
80 beat now.
Oh.
On side probably.
Ooh.
I feel so fucking useless right now. Can you please?
One enemy remaining.
Can you let me shot? give me one shot.
Race to the spike sites.
No, I got a phantom. Does anyone want a phantom?
Okay, let me go alone in mid. I want to
Okay,
trade.
oh,
I
thank
trust
you.
them, to be honest.
Do you?
Okay, if you wanna do it mid, I'll be covering you from up here.
Yeah, just don't kill him.
No,
I'm
no,
gonna
no.
trade.
I'll
again,
watch.
Yeah.
I'll watch.
Okay.
Yes, please, Charlie Bakumbas.
Bodyguard.
Yeah. I'll
Mid is
watch you.
smoked up mid.
As
I
one.
trust him so hard.
Don't you?
You push usually in B or no?
Hey, steps.
Bro!
Bitch!
I'm gonna play out now. So hard.
What the fuck? I was going to write something
No
else.
spike.
I'm
Are you
stopping
dead?
myself. What the fuck? Hardly.
No.
This live,
Back to
Lorenzo?
say.
I don't know.
Last player
I
standing.
don't know when this live will end. Oh! 0 kills, POV. I have 1. Shut up. I have 1 kill. Chad is making fun of me because I have 1 kill. Oh, wait. Chat. Ding dong in chat. Ding dong in chat. Carol, come back. Carol, it's time to take a break. Carol, it's time to take a break. Ding dong in chat. Ding dong in chat. Ding dong in chat. Come back to the break.
Poor Carol.
Come back to the break. I'm gonna go for the magic wall. Come back.
Where are you? Oh, you're there.
Yeah.
Watch this.
Oh!
Up
I'm not
tiles.
I'm not gonna go there. You are inside.
That's what
Okay,
you
okay,
get.
okay, okay, okay,
I
okay.
got dragged.
That's what you get.
Get them! Get them!
Stealing sight.
Oh. It's bottom.
Ah! I fucked up the wall. I fucked up the wall.
Nice.
Got the ping.
Maybe main.
One more.
When we do.
One enemy
Oh,
remaining.
Got him.
phew, phew, phew.
Nice.
So it's not my fault. I am
Oh,
trying to
remain.
find them.
Oh, ATP.
Oh,
Wait,
he
he has no
went.
spike, right?
Why did he TP?
Not sure.
Ah!
Oh,
Son of a
nice.
bitch. Get,
Easy.
Oh my god.
I swear.
Rest is overrated.
I can drop one.
What do you mean G? Did you see them?
Yeah, I can go. Oh, you want to.
I can drop. I can drop. Ari, let me buy.
Oh.
Anyone feeling generous?
Yeah, got you.
Thank you.
I got you.
I'm not picking mid again.
No, don't pick it. Don't
It's
come here.
never
Come here,
again.
Ari. Come here.
I'm traumatized.
I got you.
You want to play? Let's play.
Okay.
Yeah.
I feel like.
Shame.
Stop it, thank you for the time.
Yeah, I'm not with you.
Many A, many
Wait, no worries, no worries. I'm hidden. But thank you for the prime.
Can you smoke the left?
Oh! Fuck. Dabbe, thank you for the... Thank you for the prime. Appreciate you. Ah, I get so stressed. Ooh!
Chamber is dinked.
Oh, you blinded me. In the
Oh my
shit.
god. Just better.
No.
Is it side?
You're better, Simo.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
You saw him in garden? It's going up. Stick it. Get fucked.
Let's go.
Lol. Karma.
We know the
Bros never fake.
Stick to your
Son of
roles
a
and we'll
bitch.
crush it.
I need this.
I can drop.
Oh,
Oh, I hit so that's it through the wall.
can I have a skin? Ari, can I have your skin?
Yeah.
Need a drop.
Thank you. Thank you.
No problem.
Anyone feeling generous?
Now they know my. They know
Yeah,
my wall.
now they know.
Now they know my
This
wall.
is not silver
my
lobbies.
Yeah.
They will check.
They used to work so
Oh, they're
well in
pushing, they're
silver
pushing.
lobbies. That's what they
Many of them.
got us out
should
of
be
the
ranked.
silver.
should
No,
be ranked.
no, please, no, please, I'm tired.
Wait. Oh, she puts it in.
What the fuck are you?
So unlucky. That's so unlucky.
That was so
Julia,
fun.
what happened there?
I don't know. I'm playing
Also,
so
that's
bad. I'm playing so bad right now.
Oof.
Spike down mid.
Nice try. Oh my god.
NT.
Oh my god, you don't know what happened there. Please.
I don't know how it's Julia screaming and crying. This guy's trying to collapse. I'm sorry.
Oh, better. Oh my god, Ari, thank god once that you are the one now not bottom fragging. Let's go.
Yeah.
G, I can drop him.
Oh, thank you. Oh, what? Oh. Nice skin.
Someone buy me at
Not
least
really,
this.
actually.
I can buy you.
Thank you. Almost smoke.
Oh,
OP mid.
I can revive.
I can
I'm
flash
a
you
revive.
place the wall.
So I mean,
No. I swear this KO has ult every round.
Why the fuck I cannot put my... Okay, come back.
Your duty is not over.
Planting.
Spike planted.
Enemy spotted A.
Cover going out.
Enemy spotted A.
one is on Jan, I think.
Spotted
Hi. Listen. Omen is hell.
Eliminate.
Get fucked.
Under heaven.
No! No, behind!
Oh!
Oh. Came out of the smoke.
I don't deserve anything.
Is it Alf?
No, I don't think so. I mean, yeah.
Unlucky.
Chat, it was
One enemy remaining.
Mango,
Last
yes.
round in the
I also
half.
sit like this when playing.
Everything.
Chat, you saw. Chat, you saw. It was in the crosshair. It was in the crosshair. Oh my god.
He had a good timing.
I wanna cry so much.
Really good timing.
Don't cry.
You have no idea, like,
Wait, they have one AFK.
Oh, really?
They do?
Oh, nice,
Oh,
that's
let's go.
nice,
Let's
yeah.
go.
Let's go.
Let's
Easy
push them
win.
up. Let's push
pick
them.
together, G.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Get out of my way.
That's B, probably.
You're mid.
Fuck, I'm flashed.
It as well.
Bet rigged? How are the bets rigged?
Flash. Oh, 1 minute. One minute.
Oh, market.
Spike down.
Both missed. One is market.
Oh
Enemy
shit.
remaining.
Nice shot.
Market?
Last one was market before, yeah.
Yeah.
Is there?
No.
Okay, we
have
can
a
spike there.
Get.
Can be on site.
I'll find you.
We get the spike there. Gonna just hold like
Here.
that. Check behind.
Spike is here.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
You can check on me since Fade is watching. Oh, he's there on me.
We here? Oh. Oh my god.
Oh, I missed with the judge. Oh, I did 17.
Switching sides.
Okay, we got this.
AFK opponents give my points, but did you bet on me
Can we
losing?
push on A with your flash?
Did you bet on me losing? Of course you're not getting your
Did you
points back. You
teabag?
deserve
That's
to lose.
yeah.
Sorry, what?
Did you teabag?
I did.
Maybe.
Oh. Well, they deserve it,
OBM.
right?
I mean,
I flash here. I flash here.
Okay.
is it wrong?
Mm.
Family friendly stream? Not
No.
at all. Not at all.
Continue to overwhelm them.
One is close, yeah. One is box here.
What the heck?
I'm flashed.
I'm so blind.
Should we rotate?
Yeah, we can consider two.
Oh, this bitch!
Oh, nice.
Nice. Good job, Julia.
Why do you get surprised when I do one kill? I love you so
Let's
much,
go
but
mid.
still.
Wait a bit.
Enemy spotted
Look at the
mid.
kill.
Not pushing that.
Enemy mid.
Oh,
Oh,
this
shit.
guy is so good.
Oh!
Okay.
Ah!
Nice.
Not that good, not that good, not that good.
Okay, go A, go A, go A, go A. Easily.
Not that guy.
Jett has a good flank.
Agachè para disparar.
One is heaven.
Ah!
One are mid.
One
Heaven.
enemy
Last one
remaining.
heaven.
Last one heaven, yeah.
I'm planting. Just for the sake of planting.
Good job.
Nice flank.
Yeah, not that guy. Not that guy.
I did. Again.
Good, but
Here
not
is
that
the
good.
track and the track
Nice
is
shot.
the track.
Ah, the stress.
Do you have a sheriff by any chance? No.
Could give me some of your
we
luck?
can
Can
go
drop
B.
my
Let
ghost.
me cuddle your tummy. Thank you.
I have sheriff. I have sheriff if you want.
Oh, you got sheriff?
Yeah, yeah.
Right, I'm gonna sell it.
Oh, you drop.
I think that the period where Pera is always on
can
stream is
sell it.
starting, and I'm very excited.
Oh. Yes, me too.
Alright.
Don't lose the
We
round,
can
please.
go here. I insta flash. Ready to go?
Oh, the push. Many, everyone there.
Goodbye.
We got this.
Oh!
One
More?
enemy remaining.
Whew.
What
One
the
more, yeah.
fuck?
You can actually go A if you want to go.
Yeah, true.
Coming.
Them down.
He's still there.
I'm going A.
Okay, yeah, just go. Jet, that's good. Flank again.
What?
We got one.
He's aware.
Ah. He's dead.
SLB.
Spike planted.
No.
A city.
Oh no.
Just go short, yeah.
I don't.
Heaven?
Yeah, then he's running.
He will drop.
He dropped.
I'll wait for him to defuse.
Stick together.
Ah!
Your
Nice.
tactics fail.
Let's go! I'm getting back. I'm getting back.
Best
I'm getting
bonus
back.
ever
I'm getting
seen.
back.
Let's go.
Getting back. Getting back.
As much as
No
it's
work
your
today.
fault,
Yeah, no.
It's mine, and I will kill to defend it.
Let's go, chat. Let's go.
He
Let's go.
played much better in the previous match.
Yeah. We
Yeah.
just rolled the previous match.
No,
Yeah,
because I was playing bad in the previous one. I was not focused. Break
focused
ended.
well,
True,
I didn't
true.
like
Ding dong.
We
Ding
can
dong
add
in
the
chat. Break
peaks.
ended. Break ended. Back to work. Ding dong.
Really 8 fracture.
Ding dong.
That's fine.
I tried to pick mid.
Enemy spotted mid.
I have my ulti. You can take
Oh,
it.
they're pushing.
This.
Oh my god.
Oh, you're back at it.
Time me.
Nothing changed.
I'm gonna flash. Can we go?
I don't have a gun.
Why didn't you have a gun?
Let's-
She's in the smoke. She's in a fucking smoke.
Spike down.
Nice. Oh. Okay, are you?
What?
Play.
Goblin?
Yeah, keep it.
I have
Sometimes I play
hacks.
games.
I'm hacking. Well,
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Let's go. Ari using all of the utility.
yep.
Did you break the window?
Get all of
Yeah,
my
yeah, yeah.
utility.
Check heaven.
He's heaven, he's
Yeah,
heaven.
he's 7.
Good
Nice.
one.
Why do I have a Hodin?
I'm
Oh,
hacking.
keep it, keep it.
Whatever happens, Saki, don't panic. Trembling is bad for your ankle.
You can use Odin on B if you want.
Oh, with Odin.
Does
I don't
anyone
wanna
want?
see that
Oh.
weapon.
Does anyone have a skin?
A skin?
A skin? No, but you just stole this one. Do you wanna?
Yeah,
Try to
give
wallbang.
it. Yeah.
Try to wallbang here. It's always trying to wallbang.
Yeah. I like the skins. Yes. Also, Soy knows about the skins.
Oh, close.
Heal me, heal me.
Ah!
Find you. Healing.
Heal me, heal me.
Ayuk.
Oh,
What?
I think him.
Oh no.
Oh.
Should we go A?
Okay, 2 guys.
Oh,
One
I'm
left.
going A.
Nice.
Okay.
One is top mid.
95 on chamber.
Pa.
Oh no, I don't want to pick
Not there,
guy.
right?
No, let's just go from the back.
We got this.
Let's go on a journey. Airport area. Reina? Wait, what?
Area.
Reina. Oh!
Teleport area.
Nice range.
Nice friends. I mean, they will kind of know we're going A, but
I'm just taking my time.
yeah, no worries.
You get through. Oh, he's Underhaven. Be careful.
Hell?
Right
Hell?
side.
There?
Right side.
Yeah, in the box.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, Adi, you're just better. What the fuck?
Where are you?
Ah, that's
Not
stable.
sure.
He's
Okay.
7.
30 seconds left.
Blind?
He's gonna TP somewhere.
You still haven't? Dead.
Yeah.
Nice shot.
Nice! Did you see the precision there?
Yeah.
I don't want to talk too
Random
loud while
precision.
Pera is here. She was scared
Match
and go away.
point.
Literally spends the whole stream screaming. Listen,
Now,
it's a tough one. I hate to be carried this much though.
Not carried. 11-8. 7.
Major
That's
me
good.
doing 413. Because I have to check my DM.
Oh, you're actually... Shit. Why aren't you doing with the shotgun?
Nice
Nice.
shot.
Oh,
Oh.
fuck.
Find you.
TP.
No!
Ah,
I got
Careful from A,
destroyed.
maybe.
I don't have revive. Oh shit.
You got?
Nice.
You get the spikes. Okay.
They were like 3 on B.
I'm kind of scared. I'm scared. Like
What are
Alice
you-
comes.
what
I'm
are you
scared.
reading?
I'm scared.
I never do that.
Look at this move. For to escape.
I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm going 8.
Yep.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. We
Oh,
fucking
there's a trap here.
Yeah.
we killed them. Ah, one garden. One like on window. Okay, I'm gonna try something, okay?
One enemy remaining.
So cringe, I love it.
AFK.
For you.
I don't trust this shit.
Oh, he is AFK.
I don't trust them. They've been lying to us. Okay. GG.
Attackers win.
Karma.
GG.
Completely karma.
Yeah, that's karma.
Nice. At least we got some RR. How do you say it?
Arar.
Come on. RR? How do you say it?
Arar.
RR. Okay.
We have to make another game against them.
Why?
We are 1-on-1.
Yeah.
Are they the same?
Yeah.
It was the same.
They were the same.
Was it? It was the same team?
You didn't realize?
Yeah.
No, I didn't realize.
I even told you.
I invite them. So then we do like we do a custom.
No, there's no LP
No.
for that.
What? You don't wanna? Okay.
No.
Wanna go one more?
Yeah.
I got one
I'm
more.
down.
You
Okay.
said all day long.
All day long training. Oh my god. This better is super fluffity fluff.
Someone purchased Stability Hoodie. Dark colors for $55.
Nice! Someone got merch! Who got the merch? Who got... Oh, what? Wait, I didn't... Someone has said it. It wasn't anonymous? Who got merch? Who was it? Thank you so much for getting the hoodie. Send me pictures. Send me pictures. Merch buyer? Oh, hell yeah. That's actually really cool. Really cool merch. I promise. Promise. It's a really comfy hoodie. Yeah. I agree. No pics? Yes, send me pictures. Please. I like them. I like pictures. Not fit pic, but big pictures. It's nice.
How
Would
do you
you...
say minestrina in English?
Little soup? Why? Are you getting a minestrina?
Yeah, I'm eating this.
Are you also sick?
Match
yes.
found.
You're sick?
Wait, you're
Everyone
sick after
is
Games Week?
Yeah, everyone is sick.
I'm not sick. I'm
For
immortal.
once, I'm
Me
the only
neither.
one who's not sick after like Luca Comics or
Heaven,
Games
heaven.
Week. For some
Nice.
reason.
I'm also not sick.
Good.
Nice.
But
Because, you know, the others are weak, you know?
I'm
we're
30 years
stronger.
old.
Yeah, that's why you're almost like with a
I'm
feet
almost
on.
dead.
With a feet in your grave.
What can I play?
Look at this belly. Look at this belly.
I play Brain.
Sorry. Chad, I'm taking a picture for you and I'm putting it on Discord of her belly. Okay, you will have a Vera's tummy. Oh my god.
What you want to pick, Ari?
What do you want?
Let's get hyped, Chad.
It's the
We
same.
need to get
I'm that with
super hyped.
Ari Cham.
Spotter and
I play Fate.
Okay.
What is this? Oh no, I thought it was Gorillaz. I thought it was the Gorillaz version of Punk. Like they're feeling good.
let's see if it's them again.
We don't have we have one duelist only.
Yeah, it's okay.
Fine. Okay, I'm getting water. Be right back.
Yep. No, not the same.
This enemy's nothing special. Still human. Still mortal.
Classic G gameplay.
One is B.
Oh, there's some water here.
Arbor is in B.
Don't cry, I'm here. Don't cry, I'm here. Don't cry. Sorry.
Nice shot.
Let me heal, let me heal, let me heal.
Let's go see, let's go see.
For you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I'm going.
One is...
Oh, I have
Enemy spotted B.
a sun flare in my eyes.
One more city.
One enemy remaining.
Fuck, one from B.
From B.
Ah!
Don't die one by one, please.
Okay.
Okay.
Last
Can you
player
stop?
Lag.
Guys?
Sorry, it lagged.
You got this.
Good job.
What is
Good job, buddy.
easiest round?
I want to kill all
Sorry,
of
chat. sorry.
We fight.
Music is very quiet, is it, Ari? Rua. Okay, gotcha. Sorry, chat. Sorry.
Couldn't be easier.
True.
Sun might be away.
What?
Zeko said no wall, this yard might be away. Because you didn't have wall.
As one.
My wall is perfect. I don't understand you making fun of my walls.
Right here. Maybe there. Oh, behind me. Oh.
Ooh. Oh, fuck. See, I have one.
He hit me. I don't know.
Hey, what's garage?
Reloading. Spike planted. Bring them down.
Breaking my wall?
Yeah.
Take hold.
My eyes so itchy.
Enemy spotted. C.
Oh, that's yours. Oh god.
96.
Double peek?
From long. 96.
My ult ready.
I'll find you.
One enemy
Long?
remaining.
Enemy
I got
spotted
this.
C.
Oh, Ari, you're so much better. Good job, Ari.
Reloading.
I found was confused as well.
They don't have a single life worth saving.
Let's go bonus.
I don't have my lip. Oh, I forgot the lip balm in the other room. Shit.
I think two of them are Greek. But actually, yeah.
Kyriakalokos, Eteos? You think so?
Yeah, that's a Greek
I'm
name.
gunning for chamber.
Kyriakios?
Kyriak.
Kyriakos.
Reloading.
Okay.
Wow, I'm so good at breaking darts.
Oh, shit.
Nope.
80.
I got this.
Oh! Break that shit.
Go G
Almost
revenge.
short behind you.
Trap on your right.
Oh!
Last player standing.
Oh, shit.
Spike down A.
So scared. Where are they? Oh no, lagged.
Uh-oh.
Remove.
Oh!
Oh, anti.
It wasn't the crosshair.
Stay in
I'm
range of my
removing
stim
my
beacon.
eyes.
We'll mow them down.
I get so mad with this game. I get so fucking mad. Like, I feel like I have the sense of the game, but I suck in aim. Like, my aim is so bad.
It's not that bad.
Maybe it's for your glasses.
Yeah, thank you. Exactly. It's
It's
my
the glasses. Yeah, it's the
the
glasses.
My glasses.
Yeah.
Oh.
Nice shot.
Nice.
Oh, no, metal.
Oh, I'm Brimstone. I have to spawn.
Bring them down.
Reloading.
I forgot about it.
One is a hell.
We should rotate, I think.
Yeah.
Maybe we can rotate it. Yeah.
Care flank.
Wanna go see?
Yeah.
I only one smoke left, so I'm going to smoke. CT.
Oh shit.
There's a knob here.
CT smoked.
Now we're cooking.
Oh!
I did the jumping headshot here. What the f-
I got CT, don't worry about it. One is from B.
Spike planted.
And just try.
Placing swamp.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, from the garage. I can hear you.
Yes.
Well,
Let's
that was
go.
kinda weird. So nothing.
It's all about the destination.
What happened?
Their fear is a trap.
What did you do?
He dashed in front of me, I was confused.
Yeah, it was confusing.
I feel like getting game sense is easier than getting aim. Like aim, you have to practice more.
Just go aim lab.
Together.
Can you spot over there?
Reloading.
Go pick. Let's go.
No one
Oh
is-
my god.
It was a different dart, I wasn't ready.
Oh, I got him.
Oh, nice.
I don't know how.
Oh, I'm dead. Oh, I'm not dead.
No, you're not dead.
I thought you had ult, I got scared.
Oh, nice.
Stim beacon down.
I'm
Fuck,
dead.
Another one right side.
Oh, I whiffed. Minus 40. Nice shot.
Ooh. Let me plant right here.
Here.
Wait, I'm gonna wall.
Can you plant?
Yeah. Sorry.
Oh, from behind.
One from
Ah!
my side. Alright.
Where?
My bad.
Spike
From
down
the
A.
longer.
One long, one heaven.
Both? Oh,
One enemy
Oh my
remaining.
god, that is just better.
Bring
What the
them
fuck is
down.
that?
I fucked that up.
It's a good AI.
Where are you?
Plan there is good because from there you can cover it from long, from short, and from also heaven and from
No.
everywhere. You can cover it from everywhere.
Not Kyriakos.
Kyriakos!
Stand tall.
What does
We
Kyriakos?
are
Is it just a
Valorant.
name or does it
We
have a
are
meaning?
fighters.
Oh, it's just the name.
Okay.
It's also the name of a prime minister.
How long for the day?
Random fact. I'm poor.
Sid, do you usually play Fade?
Time to work.
Go. Pick that. Oh, what the fuck? You hurt me.
Enemy spotted B.
I'm picking that shit. Bitch. Let's go see.
Just
Let's go
chop.
see.
Yeah,
Oh.
Spike down mid.
Can defect.
Ooh. 104 Dova. On A.
Got the spike. Stim beacon here.
Okay.
Launching smoke.
I think I heard step garden. Like garage.
Spike planted.
City.
That's 3. Open up the sky.
Last player
What?
standing.
I love this.
Ah!
Wait, no.
Did it
Got
land?
time. No, they got time. They got time.
Ah.
Ah!
Oh no!
123.
Nice try though.
That's so cringe.
I
That
know.
would've been so good. It
That's
would've
why I
been so
love it.
good.
Efficiency. Ha ha. Just keep laughing as you say.
Are you saving?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
so.
NT? Thank you, Zeko. Oh my god, Zeko saying NT.
Yeah, not to you.
Ah, not to me, that's fair.
Yeah.
Can I try to put Let's see.
Cutting their vision.
Reloading. Reloaded. Bring them down.
B, 1B.
Turret out. We'll catch them. Here.
No, I don't know.
My ultimate is ready.
Good job.
I'm gonna smoke for you.
Placing swarm grenade.
Wait, I wanna get the Vandal. Yeah, I wanna get the Vandal.
Double door.
Nowhere to run.
I suggest
City.
My ultimate is ready.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh!
Last player standing.
Taking the spike if you can.
Did it?
down and out.
Ah, unlucky.
Where is it?
Unlucky.
Oh, okay, it was playing like that.
Together, we will bury them
was a
under
kinda Nico,
their
right?
transgressions.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah,
they
was
were-
that eco? Was that good eco? What you? Okay, okay, I'm getting better now. How many hours do you usually play per day of video games?
24.
24?
I hope not.
48.
Maybe 3 hours. Kinda.
It
I get
I
depends.
played
so-
CSGO, so.
You want to play? Let's play.
I get so tired. Should we rotate already?
Go to ult.
No!
Dropping spike.
Oh, you're coming back.
Barrier created
Oh,
loading.
come
Your
back.
duty
Yeah,
is
yeah.
Nice.
not over. I have the spike.
Ain't my time.
We can go A, easily.
Yeah, yeah, go. I'll be a rat.
Are you smoke?
Gonna smoke. Yeah, yeah. Oh, one is long. It's gonna end
Oh,
the
yeah,
corner,
we
end the
didn't really take that. Can't someone?
corner. Oh, okay.
Get
He's in
out
the
of my
corner
way.
One is coming from B.
Yeah, still there.
Oh! Above me, what the?
Wait, wait, wait.
Easy
I'm
right now.
confused.
Fuck. I hit the keyboard with the mouse.
Last player standing.
Shit, ping it, ping it. Ah!
NT, NT.
Shit.
We should clear long, I think.
You get tired easily because you always try hard. I'm not trying hard this game. Look at this.
Only as good as their skill. And there, we have some
I'm gonna go Odin. I'm gonna try something. I don't have a spike. I don't like to.
Odin. Nice.
Yeah. Do you mind?
Like,
Oh, you wanna try to wallbang?
Here.
Yeah.
Yeah, here. Nice. Maybe
Yeah.
more right. A little bit.
I'm a little bit more on the right.
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay. I'll go around.
They are
Like
Right here.
here. I'm gonna try with you.
Okay.
We hit him for sure. Let's go see.
Ah!
oh!
Where? What?
Smoked.
Garage.
Oh,
Reina
right.
garage.
They won't let me.
Last player standing.
I'm fucked. Why? I take flash. Oh,
Wow.
I did 16 though with the wallbang.
I am a joke. Shut up. You are a joke.
They only malfunctioned that one time. And honestly, she won't miss that finger.
Do you want to save?
Yeah, we should save. Let's go
Go
like
one here again.
SMGs.
Let me try something.
Wanna try go slow maybe, or I don't know.
Maybe not in a Nico round, probably. Like,
No.
we can rush double door together here. With my Steam big on SMGs.
Yeah, I got
With
you.
the chamber
This
trap.
is where we win.
I have
Yeah,
my
just
knees
try
in
to,
very
follow.
hard mode on.
Stim beacon here.
Look, gonna smoke it.
Smoke's down.
You said the shot.
Reload.
You tip it on right.
MB. Oh,
Where are you?
she's on the box.
Right side. Big.
Spike down. C.
Nice, one more.
Ah! Oh my god.
Well,
Yeah.
Take weapon. One is long.
One long.
wall ready.
Wait.
One enemy remaining.
Where is he?
Last
Ah,
player
on something.
standing.
Where?
On site.
No.
NT, that was a really good eco though.
Yeah, it was a good eco, for sure.
Sorry, we just need to rush probably.
Yeah.
And,
Just rush on A.
Everyone,
Yep.
note down your observations.
What do you
Then
make
let's
it?
run it again.
The economy.
Not the economy. I don't think that Jeffo hates the economy.
We also got the Fedus, so should be easy.
Yep.
Where are they?
Can you spot them over there?
This all on long.
Stim beacon down.
Jeffo doesn't hate it.
1 HP so
Good plan. We can actually...
Take them!
Mark 2.
Alright.
Dead.
No. 130, 120.
Nice.
Sova 1 HP.
Wait, let
If
me
you get the
wall
kill, you
this.
can rest. Oh, you can plant the rest actually.
Oh, I was.
Ah! Short, fucking short.
Spike down A.
Stop! They're everywhere. Woo!
Perfect accuracy.
Nice.
I don't know how to go out.
One is on your right. Sova is 1 HP.
I got the spike.
Raven.
Spike's down.
Nice.
Good job. Good job.
Genius doesn't stop in
Let's
the
go.
Amazing, amazing, amazing.
Last
Nice,
round
nice clutch.
before the
Beautiful,
switch.
beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Klucze.
Need equipment.
Can I get the drop?
Thanks.
Thank you.
Wanna go
Okay,
fast
I got
and
my
double
ult
doors?
team.
Let me get spike.
Yeah, we can try.
There's actually like a cool wall that like, if we
Oh,
plant
big.
here and then I wall here, shut up!
Julia, this is
Oh,
intervention.
that wall.
I like this intervention.
Fucking mud walls.
Launching smoke. Stim beacon here.
I kinda fuck this.
Where are you?
I need to stay calm. I need to stay calm. Sorry. Sorry. Sorry.
Not with you.
I did not hurt myself.
Open up the
I'm
sky.
not. Oh,
Deep fried.
Nice.
on
ult.
top, on
One
top,
is on B.
on top of the box.
On top, yeah.
Still got 1 minute. Nice garden.
Reloading.
I'm 30 HP.
Okay.
Maybe I'm right. Not sure.
Where are
Smoke's down.
30 seconds left.
Workout? Yes.
Last player standing.
No.
One enemy remaining.
NT.
Oh my god.
He was low.
I should have expected that. My bad.
Why should I?
Switching sides.
My
No.
power does not ebb. Ask
Okay,
for
now they're
aid,
getting
and you shall receive.
Smoked.
Yeah.
Look at this. Consider we have only one duelist, right? So it's normal. We have 2,
Placing sentry.
right?
Then logic doesn't make sense. I don't want to.
Not really, but okay.
Swarm grenade.
Tell me yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
I think
Want me to smoke something for you?
first round is or C or B. I mean, I C or
What?
100% A. I bet
Yeah.
everything on A.
A. Yeah, always.
Yeah.
Thanks God we have the magic wall. Yeah, it's A. Just
Yep.
one.
Oh.
Oh, garage.
Double there as well.
No, they are running back.
One longer. I
So
hear them
long.
longer.
Wait.
Nice.
Spike
on me.
down A.
I wanna uninstall the game right now. I wanna see.
No! I was already.
My ultimate is not
I'm
ready.
gonna wall.
One garage.
Oh, the spike is dropped. On A main.
Yeah.
A long. Double door.
Oh! What are you doing here?
Enemy remaining.
Okay, last
Sorry.
one is outside double door.
I would love to keep this like an ASMR Valorant
Good
stream,
job.
but
Let's just trainer.
what was the fuck he was doing there? Told you, easier, way easier.
One dream ends, another begins.
What a tool. Let's see.
Are
Did
you
notice, Joe?
stress clapping?
Maybe.
Wait,
Wait, what do you do when you get stressed?
GG.
What
With
did-
the wall on B or
Yes.
double door.
Okay. What do you do when you get stressed?
Say
And
bad
this-
words.
Yeah.
Oh,
I flame.
alright.
Get a
You...
joint.
Oh, mid.
Someone long.
I'm running away.
He's taking the herb.
I'll find you. Reloading. Enemy mid.
That window. Don't pick. It has this serve.
It was to double pick.
One is short.
You wanna pick?
Right there. Right there, push.
Yeah,
One,
3,
three.
2, 1.
No, big.
Ah,
She's in the-
headshot.
One
No,
is
no.
Loading.
Woo! My god.
Good job.
Shot.
So bad. I'm just
She's
better.
still there.
Reloading.
I'm not
Oh!
picking.
There's more people. They're
Ah.
coming B. I smoke a blunt when I'm stressed.
Two mid.
I get even more
Okay,
stressed.
we got the flank.
I cry.
Okay, one arm.
One in the
Over
corner.
there. There.
Nice.
Good job.
Spectre.
Good job. Proud.
I'm the last thing they'll see
Hi.
before they die. Lucky them.
Wait, was our bonus or was it an eco?
Your
what's our
bonus. That's our
Right, yeah. Can I get a drop then? Thank you.
Oh, you're staying here? Okay, I'll go double door.
Oh, I can't go anywhere else.
You handle stress very badly, JJ? Really?
Their fears betrayed them.
Like,
I think that's our bonus.
got you.
Okay, just flood me.
Woo! Good fuck.
That's the weirdest thing I ever seen.
Shut up.
Spike planted.
I ran.
Bring them down.
Oh shit.
You're better, Addy.
He's backside. I'm not.
Magic wall.
Last player standing.
Wow.
I should say.
Oh!
Oh, never mind.
That hurts.
Not Yakos.
I just received a DM on Discord with someone sending me a picture of a pineapple pizza. Okay.
I love it.
Okay.
Good luck.
Okay.
It's for
I
good
see.
luck.
But I have a question. Use the best support, I got you. I have Ascendant 3 my ass.
Are you
You?
a tree?
You?
Ascendant 2.
I'm going safe, right?
Yeah, we should save.
I've been money for nothing.
I think.
Enemy spotted mid.
You can feel, so it's 1
Think.
HP.
80 on jet.
Where is she?
Short. They're
It's
pushing
out, it's out.
They pushed me.
Spike planted.
Oh, no. That hurts. Ah, get fucked.
Last player
Oh,
standing.
from behind.
Oh!
Enemy down.
Oh, everyone is low actually.
Oh my god. Sorry.
Oh, I think you guys.
How do you deal with the stress? Like, are you the kind of people that like goes to the rest and relax when you're stressed, or like you go, I don't know, have a fight? You go to the gym.
I usually play Valorant.
So you like fights? So fights.
So it's like getting worse actually. So it's not really helpful, but
Makes sense.
yeah.
Don't do like me. I smoke 3 packs of cigarettes.
Oh,
What the fuck?
I don't smoke cigarette, so that's good. Someone is C?
Pick this chat.
Many C actually.
Pick this jet. Fuck you, jet.
Take it down. Mark 3. Right between the eyes.
Nice.
My ult's ready. Open up the sky.
One enemy remaining.
Last one is here.
Spike down. Attacker spawn.
Get fucked.
Nice.
Nice.
Let's go.
Winnable, winnable.
Winnable,
My
winnable.
smokes can block the enemy's line of sight.
My stress only dissipates
Once
if
they're
I
blind,
win. Being stressed, you go more likely to lose. It's a horrible circle. No, but okay. Imagine you're now playing games. Would you rather go for a run or to go like to a spa or something?
Ah, spa.
Really?
Always the spa.
Probably for a walk.
Who wants to run?
No one.
Run, Jalford?
Get out of my way.
Oh!
Nice.
shot.
I saw
Spike
that.
down mid.
Ah, not picking that shit.
Reloading.
One is out today.
Oh my god, I was so close. Did you see that shot?
Close to you, Reyna.
One enemy remaining.
Good.
Reloading.
Spike down A.
Spike spotted A.
You saw that match.
Another one?
Nice.
Right?
Oh,
Oh, from me.
B, 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 B.
Come here.
What the fuck?
She's dead.
Okay, 1 HP.
No more.
Dead.
Nice. Jesus.
Ooh, the teabag.
Why am I moving the head in real life? Listen!
Let's go.
It gives me more mobility moving the head. Ari, do you go for a run usually when you're stressed, or you go rest?
I sleep.
Ah, okay, makes sense.
That's a good way.
Or cry.
Oh, cry helps a lot too.
Sleeps too.
Time to work. Barrier
C?
Oh, they're pushing my wall.
One is on mid.
Yeah, one is going through my wall.
Take hold.
Shock dart.
They're mid.
Yeah, they're rotating. Nice shot.
Fuck.
One outside garage. No
Oh my
way.
god! Oh my god! Oh my god! How did I?
Spike down mid.
Somebody coming from garage.
Probably A.
Yeah.
Spike planted.
Oh.
Stim beacon here.
Nice, heaven.
One enemy
Oh.
remaining.
Nice try, kid.
You can stick it.
I'll go half.
Is
Clutch.
Nice. Let's go.
The old dog now.
they are so bad.
I don't get
No
it.
more doubt.
I know I should
We're
take
ready.
my time when shooting. I know that, but I get stressed. Oh. Semana! They're screaming in chat.
I can Yeah, a lot of money, but they would probably force, yeah.
I'm not a scola pasta. Stop calling me scola pasta.
Holding this with you.
Someone along?
They're not here.
Okay, 2 guys or long?
I can't.
That was
This
it?
Reina. One garage.
Ah! Colander.
Ah,
That's probably
they're
it.
going A. Yeah.
Stim beacon down.
Chat, look at this. Look at this.
Are they in already?
Piece
Yeah.
of leg. Wait.
Smoke's down.
Bomb grenade out.
Last player
Oh, from
standing.
B. Should have said.
Oh, this Reina.
Wait,
Yeah, it's lurking with Reyna, that's good.
Sure.
Shoot the bad guys. How's that
I'm
for a plan?
poor.
this piece of leg.
This Reina comes garage.
Let me
A lot.
see. This piece of
Yeah.
leg.
Should we ego it?
Look
This?
This. I wanna take it and
It's
fry
risky,
it.
but I don't know, we should
What?
force it probably.
Take this leg and eat it. It looks so juicy.
You buy I
So
go.
juicy.
Julia, can you
Hi. Yes.
buy?
Yes. 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 Fuck.
Julia?
Anyone feeling generous?
Sorry, I was.
It's
Cut me
okay.
better.
Some mid.
Wait. This is so big. Okay, we're back.
Oh my
Mid?
I think guys.
There's some mid, yeah.
Down you go.
Mid? More?
Oh!
Fuck.
Last player standing.
She destroyed me.
Spike down mid.
Please, mama, not.
Launching smoke.
That's a bad play.
Why do you hate this game, chat? Why do you hate him?
One enemy remaining.
Oh!
Oh,
Andy.
Oh my god, that hurt me in real life. Like I felt it
Match
in my
point.
chest.
Dreams are a funny thing.
Oh my god.
One
Oh.
little twist.
I can't lose on this map. Focus G.
If you kill the Reina, it's 3 rounds. That's the main
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's the Reina that's
You look at goes mid or double.
Mr. Ruin Your Day through
Yeah, thank you.
accurate, bro. Thank you.
For here. I did eat, Lorenzo, I did.
Together.
Honestly, never mind.
Okay.
You want to play?
Oh,
Let's
shut up,
play.
fucked up.
There's some mid.
Where are you?
Oh, no.
Here. Someone is A.
Yeah,
oh.
Fuck
it's-
Reina.
the lurking Reina.
Ah, yeah. Whatever. On A.
Oh my god!
You can
Very
actually
far.
try to rest me, but it's risky.
Yes, I'm coming. Oh.
Careful.
There was a phantom.
I suggest you move.
No.
Okay, no.
I don't wanna.
They're again, yeah.
I'm going away.
Killjoy got ult.
I'm going away.
Oh, he got
Pending
Let's
C,
see.
pending C.
I just want the phantom.
Spike planted.
Oh, shit.
So much for recon. My ult is ready.
Let me heal.
You have ulti, Fate?
Yeah.
If you ult me,
Yeah.
I can.
Your duty is not healing.
One on side, right?
probably longer with
Probably
They
long, yeah,
pass,
operator
yeah.
long. You have a wall? No, you don't.
No.
Take hold.
Ah, yes.
One
I
enemy
got the
remaining.
point for you.
That's a long. One has to take it.
Oh god,
I can. Where's the spike?
Take it, take
Oh,
it.
Put your
Nice.
Good
oh.
job.
Woo.
Let's go.
Push a button. Save the day. Easy.
Arya, Soy is complaining about Valorant, saying that Valorant is for kids, CS:GO is for adults.
CS:GO is dead.
Where is he?
I played both.
Soy.
Can I ban him?
No charges
Yeah.
left.
Go for it.
Can
Actually,
someone get this?
no, don't get it, don't get it, don't get it. Did you ban them?
No. I might though.
Makes sense.
Barrier created.
Someone long.
No charges left.
Raid was C.
Rimani in a...
Nice.
Good one.
Okay, let's play safe now.
Yeah.
Reyna's
Let me
still
heal you.
alive.
Let me heal
Be
you.
careful. Oh.
For you.
We don't have spike, huh?
No.
No. Long is clear.
Maybe one more should go, maybe.
Yeah. One of you can go.
Reyna mid. Oh my god. I can't.
No!
Fuck! Behind the wall.
Last player standing.
Rip.
Spike planted.
What I'm supposed to...
Ooh.
Kill. Initiated. Placing swarm grenade.
Oh!
NT.
Attackers win.
Ding dong king chat, ding dong king chat, ding dong king chat. Break is over. Break is over. Like, sorry, focus time is over. Ding dong king chat. That hurts. That hurts very much in my heart.
How many points do you lose when we're playing against like higher ranks?
In this, my case, 11.
Oh, 11. Okay, 14.
I
lost
lose 12.
Anyway.
Kero, come back. Kero, come back. It's time to take a rest. Kero, come back.
I'm gonna leave though. Need to eat something.
Go for it. You haven't eaten yet? You haven't had lunch
No, not yet.
yet? Man, it's 3
I
p.m.
know, right? I know.
No minestrina for you, bro.
No minestrina, no.
I'm Minestrina, shit.
Thank you for the game though.
Thank you for playing.
Have a good day.
Thank you, you too.
Bye-bye.
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 Let me try to invite Billy Bella. Let's see if she ghosts us.
Okay, go for it. Billy, are you still there? I'm scared of playing with her. Then she will know all my balls, all my stuff. I did have lunch, chat. Thank you.
I'm playing randomly, so that's not my problem.
What do you mean you're playing randomly?
I don't know what I do when I play. So, my enemies can't understand
confused.
what I'm doing.
What do you mean? Chat is calling my balls down balls. Shut up. Chat, they're... My balls are not down balls. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah! You're so good at lying. I swear.
Thank you.
I'm a bit, to be honest, I'm a bit tired of playing. Like, I know that if we play one more game, I'm gonna be playing like shit.
Yeah, me too, probably.
That's the fun thing.
That is the fun thing? No, man, we have to win all of them. That's not fun. It's not fun to lose. We're winning all of them.
Oh, are we playing or not?
I think
Billy-
I'm not. I think I'm gonna play.
Billy's not
something else.
answering.
Okay.
I think I'm gonna play
Okay.
something else. Maybe.
We
a
move
little
to
bit
League of
unpacked.
Legends.
Yeah.
Wanna play League.
I love League of Legends.
Yeah, let's play League. Fuck it.
I'm gonna play League, man. I think that's worst. I think that League is worst.
League is way easier. You don't have to aim the head.
Yeah, but League you have to think about strategy and all that. This is like just
Ah,
go there and
just,
shoot.
just push random buttons.
Yeah, that's accurate.
Do you wanna play Ari? If Arya plays, yes.
Honestly, I don't mind. Just I really suck at League, and I'm gonna embarrass myself in front of many people.
Oh, don't worry, don't worry.
It's fine, it's fine. Ari, do you
It's
wanna
gonna be.
Do you wanna go bot lane with me and I support you with Yumi?
No.
You want me to play ADC?
Yeah, what do you usually
Oh
play?
no.
What do you
Oh,
usually
no.
play?
Mid or support.
Let me play. Oh, it's fine. Maybe you are good. Or good wanna play ADC. I wanna play Vayne.
Prometheus.
Pela looks like she's hungover. Pela
We
looks
still
like
need. We still need the fifth.
Paris on Sunday.
Like every day.
What?
Oh, she's so good.
Who is hungover every day?
Probably me.
Oh,
What?
Me too.
Do
You
we need
see
a
me-
Yorick? Yes, JJ, you
You
can
see me at
technically join
Milan?
us.
In Milan, I was 24/7 with my sunglasses.
Because you were drunk?
Who knows?
I didn't. And this is. I'm very proud of this. As a person from Veneto, which is a very alcoholic region,
No, you are a scam. You are a scam.
I am not drinking since 2 weeks. I am 2 weeks sober. 2 weeks sober.
Drinking since what time is it?
You are a scam.
I think
2
10
weeks
hours.
sober. I'm. Do you know how to play TFT?
Of
No.
course.
Yeah.
No. Okay.
Luckily, I know how to play TFT.
You can play if you want.
No, it's boring. It's a shit game.
Shit game. I've never played it, and I met so many people that were playing TFT at the Twitch at the Milan Games Week. Everyone was like, "It's so good, TFT. It's so good. It's
Don't
so
trust
good."
them. Don't trust them. Don't trust them.
No.
No,
I think
no,
that I
no.
played once and I didn't like it.
True.
Where are you?
Because the new
Are you
set is coming on the live server in 1 week. Yes, next week.
Who is coming
There's
on
a new,
this server?
the new set, new TFT set, the Sate 8 with new champions and new things.
I have no idea what that means. Where is the timer? Shit!
Who's Joya?
That's me.
What?
Yeah, that is me. Wait.
Wait.
Sorry. Wait. Okay. Is it gonna work?
At least now I can alter.
Arya, we need you.
1 second. I have another account.
Wait, you have another
Because I
account?
play on. Yeah, because I had to make one for League because it's on EU West and I'm on EU. No, what's the name?
Eune?
It's the other region because I'm from Greece.
Do you
So-
know Lefkada?
Yes, of course. Have you been?
Yeah, twice.
Oh, nice.
I have a friend of mine who lives there.
Oh, that's nice. I've never been.
What is Lefkada?
Like an
Place.
island. An island.
Yeah, an island
in
in
Greece.
Greece.
Wait, I wanted to. What did I want to do? Oh, to show the game, which makes sense. Let's just do this. Why are you hurting me like this? Alright. What?
We still need the fifth.
Or we can do normal. It's the same.
No, it's impossible.
Not. Are we playing? Not rank. I'm not playing rank.
Okay. So please.
Please.
Why?
Why don't you play rank?
I've never played rank in League,
Jaffa
and
said
I
that
don't
he
plan
wanted to
to.
join.
That's the fun thing.
I don't want.
Jaffa, do you have to work?
I'm really I'm terrible at League. You don't want to play rank with me.
Fine, it's fine.
You were
Flex, it's
kidding?
like normal.
So I know who wants to join us for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
I have no doubts.
Yeah.
Just come to the waiting room, Zeko.
You know who you are.
Someone wait, he said not. You take a Smurf. Okay, he's taking a Smurf.
Yeah, of course.
Someone in chat wrote ranked is too toxic anyway, and someone new wrote you are toxic.
You are toxic.
Ding dong in chat, ding dong in chat. Kara has to go back to work. Kara has to go back to work. Ding dong in chat, ding dong. SOS, no SOS. Go back to work, hero. Go back to work. We're watching you. Go back to work. Go, 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 go. I hope you got yourself water. She is actually working. Pamplemousse. C'est online. E-boy? Are you E-boy?
No, it's only the account. I stole it.
Why did you write Tachitua? Bicho, why did you send me a message saying Tachitua?
Because you made me wait 3 hours to play.
Yeah, but it was not my problem. You saw that it was not working.
Language of the god.
You just had to restart with the administrator rights.
Hank was right.
It wasn't hard. So Arya is gonna carry us.
Oh no.
Okay, I definitely...
Can you not play Yumi, please?
No, I am playing you.
No, yeah, I'm gonna ban Yumi.
No. It's, it's perfect.
Misha,
It's perfect.
Wanna play Vayne top?
Julia, can you move second?
Oh, yeah, sure.
I played.
Let's see.
I played this.
Oui,
one.
oui, bonjour.
Bonjour.
Hello, hello. We have a new title. There we go. We got it. Wait, title toxic streamer as a wait, what? No, don't do it. Don't ban Yumi, I swear. Okay. I don't like Pike. Pike scares me. Okay.
Fuck, they didn't ban Yumi.
No, I don't like the title. Fuck, I don't.
Why do you hate Yumi?
Because they just wanna bother me, you know?
No,
Which
no.
Yumi is great.
Just useless champion.
Oh my
No.
god, crazy drama. Azap, League, click now, mega ranking, crazy juice, ultimate drama.
Always crazy juice.
Done. Perfect.
I'm probably going Vayne top.
You and me, we got this.
Chat, don't look at what I'm doing.
I'm watching.
Me too.
No, don't watch what I'm doing.
What is that on your screen, Julia?
Nothing, it's
Wait,
Wait, where?
Is it
Where
a
is
spot
it?
about him?
I
Misha,
cannot.
You play Vayne top?
Wait, I cannot change my.
Vayne top or?
Yeah, Vayne top. Vayne
I
top.
cannot change. I don't know the. Why is it not giving me the things to change? But fuck. Okay, chat. What? Tell me the. What do I write? What do I put?
Oh
I know
my
the-
god.
Holy fucking
The
shit.
blue one. The blue one.
Blue one?
The blue one. The first
The
one.
cat,
The first one.
and then
Blue one.
the second
Eye.
one. The eye.
First,
What is the eye?
second,
Second.
Uh,
What? First.
Second.
This. And then this.
Just random. Save.
Oh,
no,
let's say yes.
no.
I don't
There
know.
are not the rooms.
Save.
There are not the rooms. Oh, it's not a problem.
It's fine. Anyway, she's useless.
Oh
What a walking with Yumi. It's perfect.
I have physics. No. Ave, thank you so much for the 8 months. Appreciate you. Shit.
Yeah.
Wait,
Runes
this
are
game
the
is
best
getting
problem.
way too fast. I usually have all the time to do all of this.
Yeah, that's not a problem. That's not a problem. You play in window? Oh,
Okay.
that's
Is
no
it working
problem.
now? Okay.
Invade.
What do you mean invade?
Oh
Can't
shit.
invade, yeah, perfect.
Oh no.
You didn't see shit.
I think it was better to play Valorant.
It's over if we
Shit!
can
I didn't buy! Wait! I didn't...
She's trolling, guys.
Sorry! I'm not used to... I'm coming! Sorry! I'm sorry! Stop! Don't tell me to kill myself! Stop it! Why am I so fucking slow?
Because you're me.
What kind of rooms did I get? Wait,
First
even...
item.
we got this.
You have to buy first item, the shoes.
No,
We
not
just got
Benjamin.
Draven Trash. I think
Wait,
they-
Vayne is stop. Why are you? No, Vayne should be. Beecher, you're down with me.
No,
What?
no.
What? Okay, so we get. So I'm hiding with the rat. Okay, it makes sense to me. Oh. Shut up! You didn't see that. Shut up. Listen, I'm in the Valorant mood. Okay, I'm in the Valorant mood. Look, I'm.
Escaped from the bottom.
Yeah, right.
Go back or they.
Woo! Oh no.
I do level 2 before.
Let me ward.
Nah, it's not now because the jungle might be topside. Is usually here.
Woo! Aw, you tried. Let me show you my mastery. Oh. I'm stuck.
Step, bro.
Let me. It's fine. I did not expect. I just need to focus a little bit. I'm not used to it.
You have to restart them because if you go out and it just needs to flay you with EZ and you're dead because you can jump again.
Yeah, I need to play safer. I got you. Yeah. I'm coming. No! How is Addy doing?
I'm just farming.
Oh. Where are them?
I don't like playing against Lux.
There's so many. Oh. I'm gonna hide here. Nice. If you can do a bet, that would be lovely if you could do bets. If you want to do more bets, Ashken, like who gets the first turret, if us or the enemy. Lovely. But wait, Porofesto.
Because the first blood is too obvious.
Not because it's already done. You did. Oh, but you have to make them for longer time. So people can see them. I didn't even see the bets.
Oh, I'm dead.
Why are we going mid, Urgod?
Trust me.
Okay.
Fuck, 1 HP.
We're coming, Addy. Oh.
Ah, shit. Sorry.
Oh. Oh, you're also kind of slow. At least as slow as me, at least.
Yeah, it's the default movement speed.
You mean the... Oh. You mean the platypus? Oh. Get them! Get them! Get them! Pamplemousse! Faster! Qu'est-ce que tu fais? C'est quoi sto gang? 1
Oh
minute.
my-
Chat. Bet on who? What? Win? I'll just win. Aha. Oh, they wait. Thresh wants to get these souls, right? I'm not gonna
I
get
don't
them.
think. I don't think you can contest it as Yumi, but okay.
No, I'm stronger.
Oh, of course.
You cannot bet channel points in your region? What? There's regions in Twitch that cannot bet? I didn't know.
That might be
Yeah.
a problem.
I think he's gonna dive me top.
I'm level 6.
I didn't know. No, we have to stay. Oh, oh. No. Oh, I thought you were leaving me.
Don't worry.
I just got the irony of like you being a rat and me being a cat. Fun fact.
What's the irony?
A cat and a mouse.
Oh.
Yeah. Yep. A big old irony. Get fucked.
Okay.
Olga, you're not too bad in League, by the way.
Oh shit.
Because I'm playing League.
You play League?
I play TFT.
Ah.
I play TFT and League.
Hmm.
I'll be right under the nose.
Is Lux their jungle? No.
He was top.
Lux is
No,
mid.
You didn't have to.
Oh fuck.
When I'm invisible, you don't have to jump to the others because
Yeah.
they spot up.
Gotcha.
Was a free kill on Lux. She had
Sorry.
no flash and barrier.
Sorry.
Oh, Thresh
I'm
is
getting
here.
scolded,
We
chat.
can kill him.
Go, Ari, go.
Nice.
Good one. Hi, Patty. Ah, you just went.
Stay on me,
back to
stay on me, stay on me.
I'm coming. Oh, Twitch is a bitch. What the fuck? I can ward it on the other side. Twitch is a bitch to use or to have against.
Yep.
I keep getting these. You keep disappearing. And by the way, as a bottom laner, you roam a lot.
I can do anything in bot.
You cannot do anything.
I can play 2 versus 2. I can play 2 versus 2. It's impossible for me.
We cannot play 2 versus 2. Why?
No, because
Draven is-
they have Draven Thresh.
Mm. Oh, we're coming. We're coming. We're coming. Pretend we're not here. Pretend
I
we're
don't
not
know
here.
how she knows. She always plays aggressive.
I go back.
Get fucked. Okay. So I can buy a couple of things. Fish dish.
I think we might need some help in bot lane.
We're considering the whole lane, are we? Wait, is in Netherlands you cannot bet on Twitch? What? That's weird. Oh, it's forbidden to gamble in Netherlands and Belgium?
Yeah.
What?
Really? I didn't know.
You cannot buy like random stuff too, like on FIFA.
Oh, really? I did not know
But
at all.
I went to casino in Amsterdam.
Maybe in specific places you can. Oh shit! I'm with.
Maybe it's overline.
No!
They are coming mid, the top laner and jungle.
Okay.
I still have no damage. It's impossible to me. You have 60. Yes.
Oh, Rato, if I can suggest you something for your English, it's just practice it as much as you can with more people, and I think that the more you speak, the more fluent you get, and the less accent you keep having. Oh, and another thing, just try to don't say the letters. Don't say the letters when you speak in English. Just blah blah blah, blah everything.
What?
Blah,
I have
blah,
my.
blah.
I'm not.
Yeah.
I can't
The
do
more.
anything.
No, we got this, we got this, we got this, we got this. Bah.
Fuck this, Gary.
An enemy has been slain.
Don't say what? Don't say letters. Just don't say the letters. Oh well. Also, like on Sundays morning, if you want, we are doing like conversations on Discord. If you want to join us.
On Sunday morning. For woke up. That's the main problem.
Yeah. Every time I forget to wake up. I do the same.
Like me every day.
Oh my god, my face is
But it
so
depends,
warm.
it depends. He goes to sleep.
What?
I think I'm roaming mid.
Okay, I'm coming with you.
I don't know if.
Oh
I
right,
think
we can.
Relax went back.
We can have music. Chat. Do you wanna? Do you still have access to the?
You
Why
see,
can't
can you stay? Can you stay mid?
Oh yeah.
Chat. Do you still have access to the cooking cookies? Oh, I'm talking to chat. If you still have access to the cooking cookies playlist, you can add songs there.
Oh, it's fast.
Okay, I'm fucked.
An ally has been slain.
I needed my cat.
You think so? There I go. I'm coming. Oh, where? Oh, where? Oh, I'm going top. Sorry.
No.
Actually, Vayne and Yumi are very good together.
There's 3 mid.
Oh, let's go. We push top. We push top. We push. Let me get some
You're
XP.
taking mid.
Wait for me.
He has 60 CS more than me. And 1 kill.
Wait for me, Bicho.
We have to kill him.
Bicho, wait for me. Wait for me. Come on. Oh my god. I also have my ulti.
Can someone engage?
Let's go, let's go, let's go. I have my ulti. Go, 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 go.
Okay.
Bitches. They didn't get it. Son of a bitch.
Oh
Hey.
shit, I'm dead.
No, 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 come here, come here. No, no. I died because I trusted you.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's the
there-
big problem.
Listen, chat, this is not my
Oh,
real
God.
Yumi. I usually play
Bye.
way better Yumi. Lost Ark, I think, due to in-game loot boxes and stuff. Wait, what? I didn't think... Like, I honestly thought that Netherlands was more open to stuff. You know.
Yeah, considering.
Music a bit loud? You're right.
That's a big problem. 5-0.
I think we can go next.
Leo, shut up. We can go next? Nah.
We can still try it.
To be honest...
The main problem is Draven. Draven is the main problem.
Yeah, 1 axe and I'm dead.
Yes, because 2 versus 2 was impossible in bot lane.
Oh!
No.
I give them
Go
everything.
Away, go away, go away, go away, go away.
I cannot. I couldn't. Oh, come on, Pamplemousse! Vas-y! Oh, I'm leaving you.
Oh my god.
I'm leaving you. I don't know! You bitch! This Akarim piece of shit. Stop it!
Bro.
No! You son of a bitch.
Nice rush.
Oh, ice and sound.
It's okay. We've got 6 left. Or was it 5?
Your turret has been destroyed.
Stalks the battlefield.
You almost got 3 full item. That's That's okay. It's just Draven.
Yeah. It was.
Your turret has been destroyed.
You don't hear music? Wait. You do hear it now, right?
Don't tell anyone, but I love hugs.
Ah. I'm doing my own job as Yumi. Ah. Stop being a pain. Oh, no one says.
No.
I was hiding.
1 out.
Oh. Overall volume like mine and the game one. Better now?
You can pet me.
Yes, let's out. GG, go next.
Nowhere else.
Don't tell them, chat, but after this one, I'm not gonna play anymore. Like, I'm done playing. Oh, wait. Sorry, I have to play. Get fucked.
You made it.
Cure!
No, she got the shield.
Oh!
Yes,
Okay,
let's
now we
guess.
can surrender.
Wait,
We
what?
can
Why
surrender.
was it your kill? How was it your
That's
kill?
why I always ban Draven.
That was a big problem. But it's okay. LPR's fake.
2 years singing it would. Ari,
Flex is normal.
Ari,
What a good first round game.
Chris wrote in
I was
chat.
ranking? Ah, it's not.
Oh, I'm muted. Ari. Aria?
Less 1 LP. Clean.
Am I muted still? Aria? Oh, I'm still muted. Ari,
Yeah?
you know what Chris wrote in chat?
What?
To your singing, I would say no, my ears, but for me is no, my eyes. Chris, I love you. I actually have the video like not like I have the video ready. I have to check on it, but then I would have the video ready to put it out on YouTube. I haven't done it this week. I should have, but this week has been a very, very lazy week. Thank you for honoring me, by the way. Appreciate you.
I misclicked.
I have to tell you something. I don't think I'm gonna play anymore. I
Okay.
am tired. I am
Yeah,
drained of energy. This Yumi gameplay was very difficult and I struggled.
What a scam.
What do you mean? What a scam?
Scam.
This wasn't a game. We just FF in like 15 minutes.
Anyway.
Yeah. And we said that.
It's enough.
So-
We said enough.
15 minutes. It wasn't a game at all.
Sorry.
We
It
can
was
play
a
another one
scam.
FF, another one in 15 minutes, and we are fine.
So it's a game.
No, I'm fine. Thank you.
Who had the idea to play League of Legends?
Well, I'm gonna go. Have a beautiful day. Have a nice day. Thank you for the games. Bye.
See you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
Chat, I couldn't. Dead. My brain is completely not here. The other team had fun. That's what we do. The other team, we give fun to the other team. That's what we do. Entertainment. What are you up to, chat? What are you doing? Oh, ma che cazzo vuoi, Mazzeo? Sì, sono SQC. Fuck, I actually just realized that I have the same title and the same leg up. I just realized. Yes, I'm SQC. Ciao, Mazzeo. A che cosa giochi oggi? Ai Pokémon? Strano. Go on playing offline. No, it's not playing offline. I don't want to play it anymore. Like, unless it's like something chill. Unless it's something chill. What do you want to do? You're my second player. No unpacking? I don't know. Urgot, fuck. Yeah, go. You want to play unpacking? How long is unpacking? Somerville too? We have many things that we could be playing. But unpacking is ulti chill? I don't know. You can quit when you want on unpacking? Yeah, true. But you know how I am. If we start a game, I'm gonna finish the game. It's Carol. Shit. Carol. Where is the... Why is this one not fit the screen? This is not how it's supposed to look like, to be honest. This is so not... Wait, where is... There should be... Oh, well, that's how it's looking like. Bolso counter? When you see G's, you... Wait, what? My Yumi is so good! I promise to you. My Yumi is very good. I'm just very tired. I'm just very, very tired today. I told you today is a very kind of day. By the way, we have been streaming for like 3 hours and 30. But we are not considering the old problems that we had at the very beginning. You're not considering that. You're not considering all the issues that we had at the beginning of the stream. So... Oh, tomorrow's your last test? Good luck on that, Nathan. Good luck. Chad, what are your plans for, Christmas? And in general, like, not Christmas, but like holiday season. No, it's fine. It's fine. I don't want to close it all. I don't want to. League, chilling, nothing. Do you plan... Is there still people, like, going on vacations during, the holidays? Is there still people doing that? Apart from the 2 days going skiing. I really want to go snowboarding. I really, really want to go snowboarding. How about New Year's Eve and Sharm el Sheikh? That would be so fucking cool. But I think that it might be a little bit late to organize that. A lot of people go winter sports like snowboarding. Wouldn't it be so cool to go like in the mountains for like New Year's Eve? Like, I don't know what I'm gonna do for New Year's Eve, and I have Cami with me, like my best friend, the blonde one, because like she said that her alternative is to go on like in a party that's like in a hole. She said it's in a hole. You'd love to go ski, yeah. Wait, I need to mark on red. Okay. The blonde one. It's easy for me to explain to you that she's the blonde one. Should we set game to just chatting? But are you having oh. Are you baiting? Oh, you already did? Oh, sorry, JJ. Sorry, I didn't notice. Look at this. Look at this leg. Oh my god, I want to take it and fry it and get it all for myself. Can I eat it? Last time what you went was 10 years ago. Ragione Cortina would be so fucking fine. But at the same time, it would be also so fucking expensive, wouldn't it? Peta? No, it's pera. Pera. Pera, like the pear. Like the fruit. You can go ice skating without me? You can, yeah. But, I have a here, pera here in my mouth. You have a puzzle for chat too? What is the puzzle? What is the puzzle, Rua? Oh, there is no more the timer for freaking Kero. This is way too big. Wait. Okay. Here. Oh, I don't know. With all these things that I changed, because I changed the whole like graphics to make it proper, to make it work with Valorant or with games, then it's yeah. Maybe actually, you know what? Maybe the quality would have been better now. Like I could have it the better quality, but it's fine. I was referring to people who had for the ethical treatment of animals. Like what? No, it's fine. Oh, PETA. People for ethical treatment of animals. That's what you meant. Come on, she's super spoiled. She's a super spoiled cat. Super. Oh my god, I wanna. If I could, I would eat her. Pera puzzle? What is pera puzzle? What is Pera's puzzle? What am I getting into? What is this? Background. Hi chat log. What is this? Picking pieces, rendering. Wait, is this an actual puzzle? It's an actual puzzle? It's an actual puzzle? Oh, we're all playing this puzzle? Oh, that makes sense. We can play this while we chit chat. I didn't know. How? And we're gonna go for corners. Oh, I have a side here. I have another side here. I can turn them too. Can I turn them? Like, how do I turn them? How do I turn them? I don't know how to turn them. Oh, I'm just gonna put it here. No, why did you put it there? Don't move my own stuff. Anyway. Excuse you. Wait, okay. It's prefixed. Oh, really? I cannot change it. I cannot change how they go. That's fine. This is so difficult. But I wish I could go, like, I really would like to go for like a holiday somewhere. I miss going, like, if you didn't know, well, most probably you did not know. My mom used to work in a travel agency. So we used to travel quite enough because she always had to like try places so that then she needed to use for her convention and all of that. So it was really cool. And I've not been traveling for so long. Like last year I didn't travel at all. Like I didn't go anywhere. I took like 2 days vacations, but I stayed at home. Where did you go the last time? It says a game on a website. Or the drama? The drama is I am getting married. I am getting married. That's my drama. That's what is going on. And I'm gonna select the person that is gonna be doomed. Like you're forced. That's it. You are forced. You either win $1 million or you have to marry me. That's it. That's are the two choices. Either you go, whoa, that's amazing, beautiful, or you're doomed forever. With a game that we're gonna be doing on the 11th of December. That's the Dumbos game. That's what's happening. 1 million, please. I know, but it's not like that. It's not like you can choose, you know? It's not like you can choose. It's just, that's it. Should we go for like... Are we already starting to build it? I'm gonna put together all the fur. These are all fur. Pera. What the fuck are you doing? Pera's fur stuff. All in here. So you can... Why are you moving all of the things? Oh, Pera's here. Making little... Wait. No, it's fine. We're doing this? We are doing this. I have no idea. You imagine me marrying an Italian? I don't know. We'll see. I for sure would love my kids, if I will ever have kids, but I mean, to know multiple languages. I like something that I've always been so envious was of those people that have parents that are from different countries. So they were born knowing already 2 languages. I am so envy of them. So envy. No, not this song. Like imagine, like you go to Christmas and everyone is speaking 2 different languages. That's so cool. Or like you go to a different country for your holidays. Well, maybe that's the bad thing. Like you might have your parents, like not your parents, but your family far away. So that might be like the downside of it. English and sign, fair enough. Remove the technical. Technically, there actually are. Knowing sign language must be such a big perk. because it's a niche of a niche of a niche. Not only you need to know a little bit of that language, but you also need to know sign language. So your kids are amazing. Oh, they do when they get together. Nice, good job, good job. We're doing a puzzle. We're doing a Pera puzzle. Not a part in double. Italians are double the drama, I guess. Not really. There's also French people. I'm joking. I'm joking. As you know, in this stream, we love French people. We love them. Because I am so fucking grateful for everything that France gave me back in the days. I'm being very, very serious. I don't know if I would have got the... Oh, who's doing all of these? Good job. I don't know if I would have got the partnership with the Twitch if I was not in France, you know? If I was not in France... Who's making... Oh, no. All of these are broken. All of these, I think. All of these, they're not connecting. They're not connected, bro. They would do... if they were connected. Are you working on those by yourself? Okay. I'm doing a bunch of Pera. Let me put Pera farther away. Are we doing all different colors? How did we get from LOL to puzzles? We're chilling. We're chilling. Anyway. Who is connecting all of these? What are you... I don't think this is the right one. Oh, that they're not connecting them on purpose. Okay. I get so excited when I hear that. Good job. And then the rest. I'm not gonna play TFT. I don't know how to play TFT, and I feel like it would be such a pain to learn it. Because there's some... It's like... I feel that it's one of those games where there's a lot of people that already know a lot how to play. And it's just difficult to learn. Like, and plus, I'm not in the mood to learn about any more, like, competitive games. Because I already know, like, Valorant. And I like it, right? I just... If I wanted to get better on that one, I would focus more. But there's sometimes that I just want to do something else that is not competitive. And I haven't found anything yet that I like. That... I don't know. You know that there's like Minecraft, but every time that I play Minecraft, I play for like a month, maybe 2, and then I'm tired of it. I'm very tired of it. A lot of things to learn it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like it's like League of Legends. I like League of Legends, but there's way too many things that you have to learn when you start. Like, oh my god, all of the objects in League of Legends, there are way too many. There are way too many. It's like you have no chances against like the ones that are playing since ages, right? I don't know. I don't like it. I don't like games with the barrier at the entrance like that. By the way, I'm being very useless. Like I'm just putting here a bunch of Pera stuff, but I'm never connecting them together. Should I start? Maybe. Who's touching my Pera stuff? Don't touch my Pera stuff. Who's touching my Pera stuff? Get away from my Pera. And how do you like... Should I just go and try them all? Let's see if we can see something that is similar to each other. I love to... I keep hearing... But is it like people joining or people doing... Oh, look at this! Look at this blue! Nice. Pera ones is gonna be so difficult. Oh, this is gonna be so fucking hard. I feel like there's different colors now. Inside Pera, there's different colors. Right? Different colors of Pera. Like there is... You see this one and this one, they go together as this one. These are her eyes. You see, these are her eyes. So if you see any green Pera, they go there. Like this one. Pera. Oh! No. No. I love the sound. I cannot. Okay. Oh! Stoic! Stoic, thank you so much for that. Thank you for the 4 months. Welcome back. How are you doing? How's your day looking like today? Oh. I think it's gonna be like this. Oh, that is... yeah, that goes there. That goes there. Yeah, and this one goes here. Oh. Here. Ah! No. This. Oh, this one should go here, right? Oh, nice. Nice. We're doing Peta's eyes. Oh! Oh! Oh, nice. Nice. I love the teamwork here. Oh, this is some more eyes. Oh. Where did I put it? Here. I have it. I have it. Oh, no, no. Remove. Stop selecting it. I need to hear it doing clickety. Remove the selection. Who is this? Who is this? Ah! Okay. Ah, nice. Nice. Oh, we have the big old eyes. We have the big old eyes. Oh, we have the big old eyes of Peta. But what is the picture? Do we have like the reference of it? Or are we going like blinded? Is someone doing like the places, the things around? Is someone doing the things around? You think we stopped everyone from working? Yeah. Look at that. Look at who's working on the blue. Who's that? Mobius? Good job, Mobius. I'm proud of you. Look at that. You're working hard. This part is gonna be so fucking difficult. What is this? Is this an eye? Still eye? No. Are you together? No. I'm so confused by all of these ones. This is more pera, more pera, more pera, more pera. I think there's two. No. Yeah, right? These ones. Oh! They don't? I thought they were. Oh, more pera. I don't know where to put pera. No. Such. Yeah, there's people from chat. This is people from chat. We're all playing this puzzle all together. There's way too many pieces of pera. Too many pieces of... There's a green! Ah, nice. What? This is not supposed to be here. How do we get something out of this mess? Okay, I think that we can go like... You see these? There are some that are striped. Some are striped. We can maybe divide them into striped and not striped. Maybe, does it make sense? Or like different shades, you know? Different shades. How do you move? Oh, you can right... oh, you right click. Oh my god. What is this? This is not what it is supposed to do. You're not supposed to be like this. No, they don't click. They don't click. Don't do that. They don't click. This one's click. Ah, I knew it. Ah! Fear of the G. Nice. Yeah, we can do the borders also. Let's find all the borders. Maybe that will be more useful. Like these two. They go down. Do you have more borders? This one goes all the way up. What are you doing out here? You go up, you go up, you go on the side, you go on the side. So we make space. Look at the teamwork. I love this game. This is such a cool game. Really, really cool game. They invented so many games like this during COVID, I think. Right? Just because people needed something to interact with others, to do something. I cannot find borders anymore. You wanna make a time lapse? No, this is a side. You go here. No, you don't go here. You go here. No. You go here. Ah! Then you go. No. No. Saj. By the way, how can people join this? How can people, oh, that's the, oh, thank you. Thank you for doing that. Yeah, you can join us. Oh, this is goes, oh no, this is not. Sorry for doing mess there in the blue. Blues are doing so well. Then there is the Peras one. We're not doing that great. We have the faction of Pera. We're not doing so well. Oh, we're missing so many ones on the sides. Where are the sides ones? You go on the side. You go on the side. We're missing so many on the sides. You go here. Don't see any others. Do you see others? Making a time lapse? You can do it. You can do time lapse. By the way, chat, if I could, I swear, if I could choose. Where did it go? I saw one here. I'm crazy. I'm going crazy. I would love to go somewhere on holiday. I really miss going to the holidays. Next weekend, I'm definitely going to the spa with Cami because I need a little bit of like time off, but that's completely fine. It's gonna be next weekend. Like next weekend. Pieces can be rotated? What? No, they cannot. No, they cannot. I think that they put in the settings, right? Click button. Rendering mode, graphic cards, processor, hold but. No, yeah, you see, you cannot. You cannot. Look at my Muppets. Look at my Muppets. Working to make the Pera manifesto. Demos game is still next Sunday. Yes, I'm gonna try my best to make it happen. I really want to do that because I think that would be very, very cool. I think that would be a very, very cool thing to do. I'm getting lost with this. I don't know what to do. I feel useless, chat. Oh, this is some more. This is some side Pera side. Oh, here goes Pera side, and also here's. Oh, aren't you know? I'm gonna do some Pera side, I think. Pera side should not be that difficult, or not too bad, right? No. Maybe it is difficult. No, he tricked me. I thought you were working. Never mind. Parasite is difficult. Parasite is still difficult. We don't like timers? What do you mean? When is the promo over? Oh. Sorry, Carol. The timer has gone lost. Sorry, Carol. I'm really sorry. Wait, I found a side one. Where did it go? Where did it side? Oh, here. Oh! No. Look at how many peras. How do we deal with this? Look at the... How is the blue one proceeding? Like... How are you doing all of them? I'm gonna be the inspector of like side ones, okay? You do all the hard work. I'll be looking if I see some side ones. Yeah, you proceed. Good job. Amazing job. Amazing job. Tell me if I see one, chat, because most probably I will miss one. With these glasses, I cannot see shit. Or at least like my eyes are hurting more than usual. Found. Ah, you see? I'm a good I do very good side ones. I think that that's goes there. Alright. It's fine, I need a break anyway. I'm starting to get frustrated. Go for it. Go for it. Go. Take a big rest. You deserve that and you know it. Oh, this is not here. Someone else is doing side spera. Wanna do boogie? I think we're missing some side pera. Side pera. Side pera. Some more pera. Some more pera. Some more pera. That's it. But wait, we cannot be missing so many sides. Like, we have 0 sides. Like, we have nothing on the side. Why are you addicted to this? Zeko, where are you? Where are you, Zeko? Oh, the pink one? Are you doing something? Are you working on something? The stream title? I gotcha. Where are the sides? It's so difficult. My job is so difficult. I don't want to listen to this. Tired. Where are all the sides? Oh, side pera. No. Oh, reddish. Wait, what about, no. Reddish pera, I have a reddish pera, here. Come on, this should fit. It looks perfect. No, it doesn't. More orange pera. Ah, it worked. It worked. So this one also. Ah, nice. This game is so easy. GG, easy, go next. I need more orange pera. Do we have more orange pera? Don't see any orange pera. Pieces under the couch? Pieces are missing? No. We got this. No. Oh, like this? Something like this, right? It cannot be like this, or like this, I think. What are you? Oh, so then we need this color, kinda. Definitely not. I still don't understand why we don't have any. I still don't understand why we don't have like any like sides. Where are all the sides? How are we missing so many sides? Is it like you have to open a new pack or something? Oh, who did the message? Where are all the sides? It will not fit the whole thing. Oh no? You think so? You think it will not fit the whole thing? But still, we're missing stuff. Like, oh wait, all of this has to go till the end. Has to go here. You think so? Yeah, actually, pera cannot be this large, to be honest. It's a workspace, okay. No, why did you put it back there? It was to understand it was a corner. Alright. You do you. I'm so useless. No. Are these two connected? Wait, no. You two connected? No, you're not useful. This one. Ah! I need one with that shape. This shape, maybe? Nice! This shape, so black on top and gray here on the bottom. Oh, this one. Definitely this one. Look at this one. Ah! I knew it. All gray like that. It's actually so satisfying. What the fuck? No, it's not gonna be this one. It's not this one. No, keep it there. Keep it in the corner. Keep it in the corner. That helps us. No? Okay. I guess not. The blue side is awesome. What is this? Oh, fuck. Bicho, the one that was playing with us before, is sick. He has 38 now. Bicho is sick. Shit, he has 38 of fever. How do you say, like, when someone is sick? In Italy, we say that you have fever, right? And you just... I think this one... No. You say that you just say that someone has a fever and... No. But how do you say you have 35... You have 39 degrees of fever? Is that how you say it? Let me see the blue one. Oh, nice. Sycamore, shut up. Black on top and purple on the bottom now. Do I see one? Black on top and purple on the bottom. I don't see it. I see the opposite. It needs to go somewhere. This one needs to go like... Oh, nice. I knew it. This one needs to go like here. No! Where did it go? Oh, is it that small? Oh, wait. Is it that small? Holy fuck, then. Okay. Yeah, keep it on one corner. Keep it on one corner. It's fine. So we're missing one and one side. One and one. All right, all right. Keep it there. Keep it there. Keep it there. No, no, no. Put it down. Put it down. Oh, okay. What am I doing, Spetra? We're chilling. We're just chilling, listening to some music and playing puzzle. Making a puzzle of pera. We have this one that it's very dark. Maybe it will go here somewhere, right? Not here, maybe here? No. Let me move it here. Oh, let me move it to the dark ones. This is way smaller than what I thought it was going to be. Way smaller. We need an entire gray one. You see that color? Like this one, for example. Where did I put it? Here. Ah! Oh my god, you have no idea the feeling of when it goes in. The piece of puzzle in the puzzle. No. No, Chuck, no. Nothing. Nothing. I said absolutely nothing. This one has to go there. This one goes absolutely there. I spent too much time with Ank. I should stop these friendships. No more friendships like this. What the fuck? Oh, so much blue we have there. Wait, is the blue? Oh, blue is definitely there. Wait, we have all the pera situation to sort out now. Oh, we have our nose? We have our nose also. We have some mustache. I see that. Wait, who moved all of this? Oh, look at the white ones. Oh, good one. Good one. Not that one. Yeah, that one. Yeah. And then that one like that. This one. No, never mind. How many people are working on this? How many are... Oh my god, how many are we? We're so many. How many are we? Viewers, yeah, we are all working on the puzzle. We are all working on it. We're so many working on it. What the fuck? No, this one. What are we missing? Let's see. We still need the one with like a stripe. I think those are easy to find. Right? Right? This one should be like somewhere. Like, I would like it to go there. It's the right vibes, the right colors. Menu is covered by G. Oh yeah, you're right. Wait, top left. Oh, you're not seeing shit if I go here. There we go. We have everything here. Okay. What is this one? I love that we're all, in any case, like we're all doing something for Pera. Like we're making ear? No. No? No. We're making, oh here, this ear. We need to find the top of the ear. Like, I don't know. The tip of the wait, is there like anything here? No. Who's moving all of it? Don't move it! The dumbos. There's 50? 50? Oh my god. I should be on the bottom right? It doesn't change much, right? Oh yeah, no, because then the Peras thing is here. Well, I'm gonna... Look at her! Beauty. Beauty. Who's moving it? Why are you... Oh, you're moving it so I can fit with my cap? Jambos. This one. Shouldn't this one go here, maybe? Ciao, Floyd. Floyd's feeling jealous. He's also here now. Hey, baby. Who keeps moving it? Stop moving it. We need... I swear, I'm gonna ban you. I'm gonna ban them. These are people being funny. But look at this. Democracy will always win. Look at us. I see a little bit of a... Oh, someone's selecting that. I swear to... Stop! I'm banning them. Let them... What are we missing? Alexius! Alexius, thank you so much for the 7 months. Appreciate you. Not you. I'm talking to the one in the stream. No, not talking to you! Shh! Alex, thank you so much for the 7 months. Appreciate you. Appreciate you very much. Thank you for the 7 months. Welcome back. I hope you're having a good day. Oh wait, no. This is the proof that this goes here. This goes here. No, no, no. Oh, it does. It does. You're right. You're right. Never mind. Never mind. Then we need some Pera's ear. Pera's ears. What colors are Pera's ears? Like, it's orangish color, but with a spot of white on the side. You see one with a spot on this white? This one might go somewhere. Like, oh, that worked. You can lock pieces, Angelos. Oh, you can? Okay. Oh, look at her little nose. Floyd, do you also want to have it? Do you also want to have your own spot on the puzzle? Well, you're not. You are not. I don't know, Mosiah. I don't know. I don't think that it's like a competitive. I don't think that there is like a competitive side. Floyd, you cannot be crying. You just came in this room. Okay. Okay. Are we still building the nose? Oh no, the eyes. Eyes are supposed to be like this. Do you think that if I ignore them, they will understand that it's not funny? There we go. Trolls even in the puzzle game. What the fuck is wrong with people? Oh, here we have a side of her mustaches. Floyd, you're a pain. You're a freaking pain. Let me open the door for you. Go. Go out. Out. Go. Go. Bye. What is all that purplish? Oh, all that blue? Do you think that we can move it already in there? Floyd banned it. Floyd is a freaking pain. I love him, but he's a really pain. This one doesn't belong here. Oh, so many things are clicking. I can hear it. Look at it. Building up. Communism building Pera. Communism building Pera. Oh, Pera left. Pera left us. She is not happy with our job. It's taking us too long to make. It's taking too long, chat. She doesn't like it. We disappointed her. We disappointed our queen. The Pera fur is gonna be so difficult. What if I... No. Shall we put colors together? I have a question. If I keep selecting it, that no one else can touch it, right? Okay, good to know. We're missing all of this. We're missing like a... This one maybe? No, not at all. Not even a teeny tiny bit. Maybe here though. No. Not even here. We're missing like all the dark part here. Wait, is it her shadow or what is it? What is it so dark? Let me move your colors closer. I feel like I'm not doing anything anymore. There's a bit of blue there. Where is the dark ones? Okay, here, this one goes there. But where is the one that was building all of the stuff with these? Oh, it's gone. Oh, nice. Yes! Put it there! Put it there! Yes! Yes! No? No, it did not? It was not working? No? Alright, never mind. I thought I was very into that. No. But if you're playing this game right now, how many of these are you actually getting, like, thinking about it? Or how many are you trying out? the final countdown. Oh no, I thought. How are we doing? We're doing very good, by the way. But wait, like, if 40 minutes in, and just to make this one, we're doing very good. And it's a difficult one, I feel. Like, it's all bunch of colors. It's not like a very specific ones. Oh, we need a not too dark pink there. Not too dark pink there. Maybe this one? You think this one goes somewhere? No. Nowhere. Such. The final countdown. Were they just trying this one? The final brain cell. This one shouldn't be. No. We need a top of the ear of Pera. Top of the ear of Pera. Did anyone see it? Did anyone see the top of the ear of Pera? Something like no. Something like no. We need the top of the ear. Like, it's a place where it's all white, but it. Oh yes, yes, that one. Perfect, beautiful. You see how I do, chat? Like what I do, I'm like coordinating stuff. I'm more like a coordinator. Can't find the top of the ear. We got it. We got it. There were a bunch of ones that were like one white together. Hi, hello. I love. Doesn't it feel like little ants all working, all little ants all working to make a Pera? Little ants to make a beautiful one of Pera. I love it. I love this. Let's try some. Why are we putting this one here? Because we think it's gonna go here. Are we missing one here? So we need more mustache. Oh, I like the striped ones. Are you gonna get paid at the end? No. Let me hide. Okay. Wait, there's some of them that are here hidden. Like, no. No. What about this one? Ah, there. Oh, look at all of these. Shall we? They don't have a place to be? No. Here. Here. No. Here. No. This is so satisfying to do, by the way. Ah! This one. Here. No. Never mind. Never mind. I was trying. Pera one is gonna be super difficult, like this. All of these. Like, let's take this one. Who is making this mess? Come on. Be organized. I think this one is gonna be here. Right? Or like here. Here. Ah, there we go. There we go. We got that one. We're so close. We already are. We really are super close. There's more like Pera fluff here, but it's... Oh, we have a bunch of Pera. Ah, I don't know where to put it. Oh, there's a light para. Light para. A light para? Like these ones. You see, like, this one should go like... No. Never mind. Sorry, I put it back. I put it back. I don't know who I stole it to, but I put it back. This one is a light para. No, it is not a light para. This should be here, right? Yeah. I don't hear many clickities anymore. El pelo de pera es lo más difícil. I know. It must be. Yeah, you're right. This one. Give me. I want it. Give me. Oh, okay. Gone. No. Stop stealing. Don't steal. Swipe. Don't steal. Swipe. Don't steal. I swear. Okay. Hold it. Then keep it. Oh my god. I cannot play. They're not letting me play. Feels like elementary school all over again. This is not supposed to go. Wait, you go away. Okay. Oh. Let's bring it back. Her nose is still here. Mom, the kids will not let me play. Oh yeah, keep it here. Keep it right here. Yeah, keep it right here. It's fine. Keep it here. Don't move it. Keep it here. So it's easier for chat to see it. For chat on stream, it's easier to see it here. Alright? Did you all understood? Did you all understood what I said? Is that okay? Everyone goes up and down with a piece, so I know that you all understood. Everyone go up and down with one piece, so I know that you understood. Okay. Okay, got it. Okay, keep it. No! Who the fuck? Stupid. Just keep it here, so it's easier for chat to see it. Stupid. Keep it here. Come on, keep it up. Who are the trolls in the puzzle game? Okay. Nice. We have it. And like the eyes already going, you know, we miss like a line here. Oh, you got it locked and no one can move it now? Okay, nice. I love that we're getting mad because of it. Stop moving it! And I know. I need one of these. Stop it, pig. Pig, I need it. Okay, you keep having your own fun. I'm gonna just go somewhere else, play with my own toys. May I try to say I'm going to... Oh, my mustache. Let's see who can get the point of the nose. Oh, that's actually a good call. That was actually a good call. The point of the nose. Where the fuck is the point of the nose? How would it look like? Oh, you got it! Good job. Oh my god. That's actually a point of it. What about these ones? Oh, I think this one goes here. No, not at all. Not even a little bit. No, you don't go there. You go there. No. I want to finish the... Oh! I want to finish the ear. As only on one on the top. So like something like this, but not this one because it's definitely not it. People trying to hide. Oh! Okay, I need a band down there. Thank you. That's why we cannot have funny people. We cannot have fun stuff. What are we missing? Here? No. Okay. Let's remove the ones from the middle. Wait, what? How did it go all the way up there? No, don't move it. We're missing the ones more on the sides, by the way. I think break was over a while ago. Yes, it was. You can unlock a person's grab by double click it. Really? Oh. Oh, unlucky. Hehe. Oh no. Oh, pit is almost done. Oh, we have the full nose. Okay. We missed the inside of the nose, I guess. Okay. We got it. Why did you tell us that? No. Stop moving it. I know. It's a pain. Oh, tell Justy. Oh! Justy, if you're here, are you playing the puzzle? Are you the one being a pain? This one? Right here? Because I recognize it's my Polly. Fuckers. Go for it. Don't move it. A kiddish. You're not? Okay. Just check it in. We have the mouth too? Who was working so diligently on the side? Oh my god, you're the smartest ones. Okay, I'm also gonna try to work. I don't know what to work on the sides because it's so difficult. Everything is... What about... Stop. Stop not being funny. You're a Pipa Sugo? Oh. Look at us. Finish it! Finish it! Maybe we can lock it? No? Not yet? How not? Maybe one more on the left? One more on the left? Wait, one more on the left. Oh, yeah, there we go. We got it. We got that one. By the way, the people that are like working on stuff on the side are actually, I generally think they are the smartest one. They were the ones that when in high school people were bullying and doing bullshit to other people, they were like, yeah, I just ignore them and I move on. You know? That kind of a zen kind of attitude that I always would have loved to have. Never had. Always fought back. Be very mean. No. No. Maybe this one. No. This one. No. Cannot relate to what? To answer back? I was answering back. I had a lot of rage in me when I was little. Still do, but I complain that, but I understand that I have to be be nice to others and not explode if they do something mean to me. Difficult lesson to learn, but yet. I think this one goes up here. No. Don't move it. Don't move it. Don't move it. Don't move. This is actually like... Don't stress. Don't stress. People, I can see like by how you move the pieces. I can see you're getting mad. I see people like getting mad. I say like, stop moving. Should kill someone? Yes, of course. Many hot guy back in the day. I have no idea. I just want to put one piece. I haven't been placing one piece for so long. No, I thought it was mine. No. Oh, no. This is not going there. This is not going there. Which, I like this piece. I feel like this piece would be easy to like find its place. It's too dark to be up there. Needs to be down, I think, down here. Somewhere like, not sure. I think that maybe it might be here, you know, so we don't have it yet. Oh, you stole it from me. This one should be here, right? Like in a place here. Somewhere where it's, no, it's not there. It's not. Like when there's someone that's like trying very like double times, trying double to like make it fit. It doesn't fit. I'm sorry to tell you, but it doesn't. Look at it. Petty. Oh, here. Give me this piece. I'm gonna place this piece. It's the last thing that I do. It's gonna be this piece. Ah! Nice. This one is gonna be my very last piece. No matter, I can also not do any others, but I'll do this one. No. I'll do this one right. Ah! There. I'm gonna do this one. What's the last thing that I do? It's gonna be this one. If it has to be the last one, it's gonna be this one. No. It's gonna be... No. Where is it? Why are people shaking? Where is it gonna be? You know. Here. No, it cannot be there. It cannot be there. It cannot be here. It cannot be here. It can't be here. No, it cannot. It can't. No, it cannot. No. No. Where is it? It's not there. Okay, it's not up there. This is my last piece. This is my last piece. No. This is not Brittany, bitch. Who stole? You give it back to me, you piece of shit. Who stole it from me while I was putting it down? No. I think that it goes here. No, it doesn't go here. What about... No. No. Here. But if it's... It has to be here. But if someone has it selected... No. We're almost done! Chat, we can stop trolling for a second. We can make it. Come on. For a second. Don't touch it. Don't. I swear to freaking God. I think that the remaining people are the trolls. The remaining people are trolls. I cannot have fun. Look at them. I cannot even have fun. Cannot even put my last piece because it gets stolen from me. There's definitely going to be the last person that just because they want attention, they are not going to put out the last piece, you know, just because like they want us to call out their name. You know, that's exactly what they want to do. And this is fucking sad, to be honest. Just put it down. Put it down. The game is over. We're finishing the game. You got this. You know, I'm not gonna call out your names. No one is gonna notice your name. Put it down. Put it down. Put it down. That's good. Well, I consider it done, chat. I consider it done. Good job! We done the pera! We have done the pera! We have done the pera! GG, chat. GG. GG. Good job for doing the pera. GG for doing the pera. It didn't feel like 1 hour, didn't it? It didn't feel like an hour at all. It didn't feel like an hour at all. Not a little bit. Alright, chat. Okay, listen. I'm starting to feel a little bit tired. I might gonna go to the gym. I'm gonna figure it out if I wanna go to the gym or what. But Armita, oh, for the queen. Thank you. I'm gonna send you to someone that is playing Fall Guys right now, and most probably they're gonna be doing like custom. Shh, you're screaming. Most probably they're gonna be doing customs ones. He's a very, very, very close friend of mine, chat. His name is Air Potato. He has been there since day one that I was streaming to like 10 people, not even 10 people. And he was there supporting, helping me out when I had helps. He was there in call with me and helping me out, telling me what to do things, how to do emotes and all of that. Please show them support. It's such a sweet, sweet soul, for real. I'm also gonna do already like the shout out, so you already have the, oh, I cannot do the shout out. Okay, apparently I cannot. But please be nice to him. He's a super, super chill guy, kinda sometimes. He's playing Fall Guys, maybe you can join them too. I really appreciate you being here today. Sorry if it was like a chill stream and I was not in the mood for streaming. Tomorrow, I'll be off. And Saturday and Sunday, you can expect random streams from Valorant, alright? I appreciate you. Thank you for the first day of the month. Happy December to everyone. Okay? Be good, everyone. I'll see you all the day after tomorrow, Saturday and Sunday. Okay? If you haven't yet, go follow on Instagram. That's where I usually post most of the things, like when I go live, when I do stuff and all of that. I love you! I love you so much. I really appreciate you. Be good, everyone. Bye. Yeah, tomorrow's gonna be off. Be good, everyone. Bye.